What the heck is going on here? Hold on. All right. Oop. My computer's still waking up. Oh shit, I gotta grab my coffee. Stop. All right. Is this it? Where's the damn? Go to my history. We're gonna watch this together. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Who's getting a puppy? Ooh. Hold on a second. Good morning. Hey, Sonia. How you doing, girl? So, how's everybody doing? I was just watching the Amber Heard interview, and I was like, we gotta watch this together. So we're gonna do that. Let's watch this. What the heck does that say? Hey, darling. Good morning, Heels. Good morning. All right, so let me just rewind this, and we're gonna watch it together because it is something else. I'm gonna have to pause it. I don't want to get struck by NBC. Yeah, I haven't seen you either. How are you feeling? I hope you're feeling all right. Let's see. Hopefully I don't get struck by NBC, but there's a lot of people sharing it right now, and I'm sure they're not really concerned with my little channel. So let's take a look. Shall we? All right. Tell me if you guys could hear it all right. This is just some channel that uploaded the whole interview. So thank you to this channel. Their own little beginning on
This
it.
hour, though, Savannah, with your exclusive interview with Amber Heard.
Yeah, that's right. This is Amber Heard's first interview since that high-profile defamation trial, and its stunning verdict largely in favor of her ex-husband, Johnny Depp. We spoke about what happened in that.
Okay, let me just break this down in case you guys didn't know. So she did, I believe today's Tuesday, right? I think tomorrow there's going to be another part of this interview. And then Friday night, I believe they're doing like a full ass Dateline episode on this. So make sure you set up your DVRs. I have to figure out how to work mine again because I haven't used my DVR in ages. But this is just a little excerpt of this. Now, here's what I find funny about this. Amber, it's loud, it's good. All right. Amber Heard, I'm sorry, not Amber Heard. Savannah Guthrie, who is the person interviewing her, her husband. I heard this on the news the other day. Actually, she spoke about it. So her husband, I guess, is an attorney or something to that effect. He's advising the Depp team. So it's kind of interesting that she's the one interviewing Amber. Personally, I don't think that Savannah Guthrie is just tough enough in her interviews. Like, I don't know. I watched the Today Show for my whole like freaking life. My parents watched it, and then I started watching it, I think sometime around when I was in high school, and I watched it for years. And if I had to pick somebody from the whole time I watched it to interview her, I'd probably go with Meredith Vieira or Katie Couric because they were both asked hard questions. Savannah's a little soft, she's not as hard as the other hosts, but they're gone, so there's nothing we could do about that. So let's see what she had to say. I only watched half of this, so
That courtroom and how she feels about all of it now.
Notice how they edited him hugging Camille there.
It's been about more than a week since the verdict. As you sit here with me now, has it sunk in?
I always wonder where they're interviewing people. Does anybody else wonder that? Like, are they at her house? Did they rent a mansion somewhere? Like, I wonder where this interview is taking place exactly. I don't know. I always wonder that because sometimes I know they'll go to like a hotel, but this looks like it's in like a mansion. You'll see the background a little better. It's blurred out right now, but
how could it? It's surreal
they got some seriously good lenses.
and difficult in part, yes. This has been a long time coming.
Do you stand by your testimony and your accusations against Johnny Depp about abuse?
Of course, to my dying day, will stand by every word of my testimony.
The real life drama.
All right, so she stands by that shit. She stands by those, like, she is not gonna stop. It's just, this is what these people do, and she's not going to fucking stop. She's just not. She cannot take, and this is part of part of her disorder, is that she cannot take that people think this way about her, that she's a liar. She cannot fucking take it. So she is going to do everything in her power to try to convince people that she's not lying, which is probably going to result in another fucking defamation case on her ass, to be quite honest with you. She's a narcopath, yeah. I mean, it's pretty bad.
Of the defamation case.
Now, I don't know if you guys know this before I press play. He's basically, there's been talk about him basically just like letting her go, like without having to even pay him, because I said this from the beginning, I don't think it was ever about the money. I think it was more about him, clearing his name, which he did by far. He joined TikTok or something, and like he got like millions of followers within seconds. So
Between Amber Heard and her ex-husband, Johnny Depp, captivated millions of people around the world.
Amber Heard just got exposed.
Johnny, you hit me.
This is so cringe.
With clips spreading across social media like wildfire.
I think vast majority of this trial was played out on social media. I think that this trial is an example of that gone haywire, gone amok. And the jury is not immune to that.
You think the jury saw it?
So she's blaming the jury. She's blaming the jury for social media. Well, she's blaming social media, but she's essentially trying to say that the jury, didn't listen to what they were supposed to do. They didn't listen to their instructions, and they went against their instructions, and they were persuaded by social media, which is just really fucked up for her to say. The one thing you do, which is kind of like, I guess, court etiquette, you don't insult the jury. You just don't do that. And she is doing it. She's doing it. Hold on. I just got to grab something real quick. Talk amongst yourselves. Where the fuck is it? Oh. You guys are going to think I'm crazy, but I drink my coffee through a straw because A, I have like ultra sensitive teeth, and B, they're already stained enough from smoking. So, but really mostly because they're so sensitive that if like hot or cold touches the front of my teeth, because I used whitening shit years ago, it hurts bad. I just had to grab a little straw. I mean, I don't always do it, but I try to because it hurts. It feels like there's like an electric shock going through my body. I never had these problems. Like when I was young, I used to like crunch ice, but now it fucking hurts. All right.
How could they not? I think even the most well-intentioned juror, it would have been impossible to avoid this.
People online and crowds outside the courthouse made it clear where they stood.
Every single day I passed for 3, 4, sometimes 6 blocks, city blocks lined with people holding signs saying, "Burn the witch," "Death to Amber." After 3.5 weeks, I took the stand and saw just a courtroom packed full of Captain Jack Sparrow fans.
That is so fucking, again, first of all, that courtroom was hardly packed, okay? Maybe like the first week or two. After that, it just became less and less and less. And like, how does she know what people are? So in her mind, this is her borderline personality, black and white thinking. In her mind, everybody is, if you don't believe her, then that means you're a hardcore Johnny Depp fan. I am not even a fucking fan of Johnny Depp. Like, I personally, not that I don't like him. I actually, this trial made me actually like him, and maybe I'll pay more attention to his acting career from here on out. But prior to this, I mean, I really only saw a very, very small handful of movies that he's been in. And it's not like he's even on my mind when it comes to like favorite actors. Like, I don't even think of him, to be quite honest with you. I respect that he's a great actor, but I wouldn't call myself a fan of his at all. I don't follow his career. I never did. I think the last big movie I watched with him was like Edward Scissorhands, and I saw Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Unfortunately, that movie was weird, but you know what I'm saying? Like, my brother made me watch it back in the day, but like, I'm not a fan of his, but I could tell just by watching him. I know who he is, obviously, but like, I could tell just by watching the trial, because I really did try to go into it with a open mind, that she was just lying, blatantly fucking lying. Did social media affect my opinion? I'm going to say no, because listen, you guys know me. If I feel a certain way about something, I'm never afraid to go against the crowd and say how I feel. But I did my own research, and I found a lot of evidence, I'll say, that wasn't, included in the trial. And that evidence actually is what really persuaded me to thinking that she's lying. I mean, it's pretty clear, especially if you watched it in conjunction to the trial, and that, the Australia situation, let's just take the things that were being said in the courtroom were just absolutely ridiculous. She was essayed with a bottle. Any woman knows that if that happened, there would be blood. I mean, just tons of blood. If you were essayed with a broken bottle, there's no way you would walk away from that in any other shape, especially, mind you, this is a woman who never had a kid at that time, still hasn't actually birthed a kid. So her shit's in perfect condition, I would say. You know what I'm saying? More so than maybe people who've had babies, without getting too graphic. But either way, you would still be in a great deal of pain. And so, come on. So that alone is bad. But then listening to these other people who didn't know that they were being recorded in that situation talk about the situation, talk about her, hearing her in the background, it's just like, dude, you lied completely about the situation. Completely lied about it. And she's convinced that her evidence is spot on.
Who were vocal, energized.
Can you put into words how that felt?
This was the most humiliating and horrible thing I've ever been through. I have never felt more removed from my own humanity.
What?
I felt less than human.
Let's go back to the day of the verdict. Were you feeling confident?
That's because you're not a human. Yeah, very sensitive.
That's a great question. I wish I could say yes to that. I want to say yes to you, but it would.
Just gotta say, there's no, look at her fucking eyes. She has what I would describe as like deadpan eyes. There's no, I don't know, there's no life in her eyes. When she talks, her eyes just look so fucking empty to me. Like, I don't know. I always look at people's eyes when I'm talking to them, or just like, if you're trying to figure somebody out, I mean, I'm a true believer in like, eyes are the windows to the soul. I know it's corny, but like, I just really feel that way. I feel like somebody's eyes really say a lot about who they are. And her eyes are just so deadpan. There's no expression in them. It's very weird.
It wouldn't be true. Even if you think that I'm lying, you still couldn't look me in the eye and tell me that you think on social media there's been a fair representation.
Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of
She keeps talking about social media. Now, let's go back to the question there, because I kind of talked over the question. But if we go back to the question, I don't think it has anything to do with social media. She keeps blaming social media. That's her scapegoat.
I felt less than human.
Let's go back to the day of the verdict. Were you feeling confident?
All right, so the question's about the verdict and if she was feeling confident. Let's hear her answer.
That's a great question. I wish I could say yes to that. I want to say yes to you, but it wouldn't be true. Even if you think that.
All right, there's a little cut there, so I don't know. I just noticed that there's a little cut there, and this kind of sounds out of place with the question. So I'll give her that this part might have been edited weird, and that this might not be a part of that answer.
That I'm lying, you still couldn't look me in the eye and tell me that you think on social media there's been a fair representation.
Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer.
Okay, so that second part about social media, that seems to have been kind of added in there, and I don't necessarily know if it was part of her answer for that question.
Yeah.
Because they do edit these things. I mean, her answers are her answers, but they do edit these interviews. So sometimes when you're watching them, they don't make 100% sense. And that's why they edit things, unfortunately.
After the 6-week trial, the jury found Heard defamed Depp in a 2018 Washington Post op-ed in which she wrote she was a public figure representing domestic abuse. She never mentioned her ex-husband by name. Depp denied the abuse allegations in court. Heard won just one of 3 claims in her countersuit against her ex-husband.
She really fucked her face up, man. And you see those older pictures of her cheeks, like whatever she did to her cheeks right here, these implants or fillers or whatever the hell it is, it just like totally changed her face.
That verdict came less than 2 years after a judge ruled against Depp in a similar case in the UK, in which he sued a British newspaper that called him a wife beater.
There was another trial, dealt with the same substantive issues that had even more evidence in. In fact, my evidence was largely kept out, really.
This is interesting. She says that her evidence was kept out of the other trial in the UK. And you have to wonder why that is.
Important pieces of evidence kept out. Done differently, handled differently by a judge instead of a jury.
Some evidence is admissible in a UK court that is not admissible in a US court. Do you think that maybe he just had better lawyers?
I will say his lawyers did certainly a better job of distracting the jury from the real issues.
For some people,
his attorneys did a better job of distracting the jury from the real issues. I watched the whole trial. I don't feel that they did that at all. I feel like her attorneys were trying to do that. They were trying to make the issue Johnny's drinking, his drug use, he's the monster. But I feel like her attorneys, his attorneys kind of kept along with like just proving that he's not an abuser. That's really what it is. And then at the end, of course, trying to prove that she's a liar. But that's what an attorney has to do in a situation like this. But I don't feel like they were distracting the jury away from anything. At least I don't feel like they were. I don't feel I was distracted at all. I feel like they fought the allegations.
They just were frankly disgusted by the whole thing and don't have much sympathy for either one of you. Can you understand that?
Absolutely. I would not blame the average person for looking at this and how it's been covered and not think that it is Hollywood brats at their worst. But what people don't understand is it's actually so much bigger than that.
Did she say it's sexually so much bigger than that? Wait, what?
And it's actually so.
She's saying sexually or actually?
Much bigger than that. This is not only about our First Amendment rights to speak.
But here's the thing about the First Amendment. The First Amendment protects free speech. It doesn't protect lies that amount to defamation. And that was the issue in the case.
Yes, exactly. You can't go into the free speech does not protect you if you go into a crowded theater and you scream fire. We get the concept of free speech from the Greeks. My understanding of what that means is
Where did she get that from? We get the concept of free speech from the Greeks. I never heard that before. Oh, she's such an idiot.
not just the freedom to speak. It's a freedom to speak truth to power.
The truth is the word.
Yes.
And that was the issue.
And that's all I spoke. And I spoke it to power, and I paid the price.
In the closing arguments, the Depp
Wow.
lawyer called your testimony the performance of a lifetime and said you were acting. What do you say to that?
Says the lawyer for the man who convinced the world he had scissors for fingers.
This is where I stopped it, and then I decided to go live because I was like, what the fuck is that? What? The man who tried to convince people that he had scissors for fingers in a fucking movie? In a movie. Oh shit. Are you telling me that Johnny Depp doesn't actually have scissors for fucking fingers? I think we would have heard about that in the trial, you know? She would have made some story. He cut me with his scissor fingers. Like, what the fuck? The lawyer for the man who tried right there, okay? Right there just goes to show her fucking pettiness, her anger towards him, her bitterness. I mean, her jealousy about his career. There was no fucking need for that. That was the real Amber coming out in that fucking answer right there. You know, this whole time she's trying to hold her composure and act, like she's so educated and intelligent and she's so smart. And here we have a stupid fucking statement like that. I mean, that is just so petty and has it just doesn't belong. It just doesn't belong. Nobody believes that Johnny Depp actually has scissors for fucking hands. I mean, is this like a joke? I almost died when I heard this. We got to hear that again because it's fucking hilarious.
You say to that?
Says the lawyer for the man who convinced the world he had scissors for fingers. I'm the performer. I had listened to weeks of testimony.
I wish they would have cut to a shot of Savannah Guthrie's face right there because my face, I think I would have had to pick my jaw up off the ground if I was interviewing her and that was her fucking answer. Yeah, right? Is that why she cut off the finger? Scissors for fingers. Like, what the fuck? Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Are you guys telling me he's not actually a pirate? So he's not actually a pirate? Oh, all right. I didn't know that. Are you telling me that he doesn't really own a candy factory with all these like crazy fucking contraptions and that kill children? Oh, I didn't know. I was so convinced. I thought that was the real him. Good thing we have her here to tell us.
Insinuating that or saying quite directly that, I'm a terrible actress. So I'm a bit confused how I could be both.
The Depp team argued that
You are a terrible actress.
you were the abuser.
See, that's the thing though. She asked about his team. His team said as part of their and she's getting this all convoluted. His team asked or said rather in their closing statement, I believe, that Amber put on the greatest performance of her lifetime in this what do you call it? In this trial. That doesn't mean it was a good performance. She's getting a little confused here. They never said anything though about her acting being bad necessarily. They might have insinuated that, but a performance doesn't necessarily mean that the acting is good. We see MGL putting on these great performances all the time and the acting is absolutely atrocious, So it doesn't necessarily mean just because you're performing, it's good. But she doesn't seem to fucking understand that.
You instigated physical violence, did you?
I never had to instigate it. I responded to it. When you're
Let me rewind this. I want you guys to hear this.
Were
I
the
heard this-
abuser.
I heard this clip before. I'm just going to go back. Listen very carefully to what she tries to do here.
so it could be both.
The DEP team argued that you were the abuser, that you instigated physical violence. Did you?
I never had to instigate it. I responded to it. When you're living in violence and it becomes normal, as I testified to, you have to adapt.
You say you were responding, but there is evidence. There are tapes in which you acknowledge hitting. There are tapes in which you say, I started the fight.
I know much has been made of these audio tapes. They were first leaked online after being edited. What
All right. First of all, those tapes are not edited. I don't give a shit what you say. That right there is a lie. There's no editing in these tapes. You could tell because of the way that the conversations flow. There's no editing. When a tape is edited, it's usually pretty obvious. You could hear like skips or background noise is usually a very big indicator of when something's edited, because especially if you're taping on like a phone or some other, just simple device that doesn't have like high tech mics or anything like that, there's always going to be this kind of background noise that you hear. Like it's almost like a buzzing sound, or sometimes it'll sound like there's like air kind of flowing in the background. And that sound is never continuous to the point where like if a tape is cut, you could always hear that. And I'm just telling you guys this from like editing experience of my own, when I edit my own videos and stuff like that, because a lot of the times I don't use my good mic that I have. I'll just, I'm talking through my phone or whatever, my camera's microphone, and you could always hear that kind of fuzz noise in the back, and you could always tell when something's just cut. You could hear the disruption in that noise in the background. So it's usually pretty obvious. Just because I don't have any type of sound regulator, regulating software or anything like that people use to make it sound continuous, like an interview like this would. They have audio engineers. So right there, she's fucking lying, because I listened to all those tapes all the way through and there's no cuts in any of them. The other thing is, there's sentences that she says that obviously weren't edited, and she's going to be confronted with that right here.
you would hear in those clips are not evidence of what was happening. It was evidence of a negotiation of how to talk about that with your abuser.
But I am looking at a transcript that says, he says, you start physical fights, and you say, I did start a physical fight. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. I mean, this is in black and white. I understand context. But you're testifying and you're just telling me today, I never started a physical fight. And here you are on tape saying you did.
As I testified on the stand about this, is that when your life is at risk,
Good morning, Nana.
not only will you take the blame for things that you shouldn't take the blame for, but when you're in an abusive dynamic, psychologically, emotionally, and physically, you don't have the resources that, say, you or I do, with the luxury of saying, hey, this is black and white, because it's anything but when you're.
So she just totally danced around that whole entire question by basically saying that she just won't take responsibility for her words. Basically, she's just going everywhere but saying, yeah, I said that. She's like, oh, well, sometimes when you're in an abusive relationship, you take the blame for things that you didn't necessarily do, which is true. Sometimes you do that. But like, that's, if you heard that tape in its full context, because it goes on after that, they don't just talk about the fact that she started a physical fight. He actually gets into detail many times in these tapes about things that she's done to him, like what was something she did to his ear at one point, punching him. And of course, we all heard that. That was in the trial where she's like, I did not punch you, and she's going through trying to make an excuse for, redefine the word punch, and she's doing the same thing here. She's just kind of trying to redefine what she said, but it's pretty clear and straight to the point what she said. There's no redefining it. We heard it with our own ears.
You're living in it.
But then there are other times, there's another tape where you're taunting him and saying, oh, tell the world,
Yeah,
Johnny
heels.
Depp, I, a man, am a victim of domestic violence.
20-second clips or the transcripts of them are not representative of even the 2 hours or the 3 hours that those clips are excerpt from.
Could your side have
So here now she's blaming the clips. She's blaming the fact that no, it's the clips, it's the 20 seconds. But we know a lot of people on here that do this. They're like, no, it's the context. It's the context, Laura, where she'll be like, it's context. But then, you know, you go to the clip and it's her saying something like, oh, black men, they only date white women because they think white women are stupid. We don't really need the context. That is the context. That's you making a really stupid assumption and statement about something that doesn't even need any more context. You know what I'm saying? Like that you're saying that and that's your statement. There's no before and after. Well, we heard the before. The before is, you know, you saying something stupid, even more stupid to back up what you're about to say. So, you know, like, oh, I have black guys have told me, you know, that's her statement right there to back up what she's saying. But we don't really need to hear the full context. That's enough to know that you're just ignorant.
just put the whole 3 hours in then?
I'm not a lawyer. As I testified to, I was talking in those recordings as a person in extreme amount of emotional, psychological, and physical distress.
He
And
says
it
he
doesn't-
never hit you.
He can't-
Never. Is
Yeah.
that a lie?
Yes, it is.
What about the witnesses who said they
She don't
have
blink her
seen you?
eyes, huh? You see how she's like really trying to hold this really intense stare? I feel like that to me is a sign of her lying. You know, she's trying. I almost feel like sometimes when people lie and they know that like people are going to be watching their body language and stuff like that, especially in a situation like this where it's on, you know, national television, she's trying to really hold that gaze with Savannah Guthrie and keep her eyes locked in, kind of the same way she kept looking at the jury to try to, you know, it's kind of like that. People will say that when you lie, liars tend to like look all over the place, like they won't look you in the eye. And it's kind of like she's aware of that. And so she's purposely trying to hold that gaze, but it's not coming across sincere. You understand what I'm saying?
Instigate physical violence.
I've seen firsthand how people will file rank and support
selling
the
the
person
lie.
they depend on.
Did they all come in and lie in court?
I am not here to call any of his witnesses any names. I'm here to just kind of talk about it from what it felt like for me as the person who sat there.
When I asked his lawyers, why do you think you won? And the answer I got was because she never took responsibility for anything she did in the marriage.
I did do and say horrible, regrettable things throughout my relationship. I behaved in horrible, almost unrecognizable to myself ways.
It's so hard for her to even say this, but this was something that the psychologist that, you know, his team hired was basically saying that like she'll take responsibility only in certain situations, and she's kind of taking half-assed responsibility here.
There's
But it's hard for her, as you can see.
so much, I have so much regret. I freely and openly and voluntarily talked about what I did. I talked about the horrible language. I talked about being pushed to the extent where I didn't even know the difference between, you know, right and wrong. I will always continue to feel like I was a part of this, like I was the other half of this relationship, because I was. And it was ugly and could be very beautiful. It was very, very toxic. We were awful to each other. You know, I made a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes. But I've always told the truth.
All right, so that's it for her with this interview, and I just think it's sick. She's a sick puppy. I don't know what she's doing, to be quite honest with you. If I were her, I would probably take a little break and kind of hide from the public eye. But she is just really showing the narcissism that she has, that she just doesn't want to. Um, that's interesting, Lisa. Sorry, I was just reading your comment. That's really interesting. The results are surprising. It's interesting though, that she just keeps, she had her attorneys. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I missed this super chat. Oh, thank you. Thank you, UC boss. I'll never forget you having my back last year against Laura. You had my back. I was floored how much you cared about what she did behind my back. You're welcome, UC boss. Anytime, girl. Anytime. I was pretty grossed out by that. So it was definitely one of the catalysts that made me really see who she was. So thank you, UC boss. You didn't have to, you could have just said that. You didn't have to super chat. But I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Yeah, it's just lies, just total lies. I mean, and why would you want to be, she just can't get herself out of the spotlight. I think she's kind of clinging to this because she knows once she kind of disappears and goes, she's going to go back into obscurity. Nobody's really going to care. I think she also thinks that if she gets up on a show like the Today Show and does a Dateline episode and faces this, right? It makes her look more credible. It makes her look more believable because, what liar? A liar is going to run and hide. She's a very calculated, manipulative, and intelligent, to be quite honest with you. I do think she's intelligent, although it doesn't seem that way sometimes, but I do think she is intelligent. And a lot of times these people are intelligent. But she's trying to get ahead of what she thinks people are going to think. You know what I'm saying? So she's putting herself out there. She's trying to, really still convince everybody that she's innocent, which is sad. Just sad. I mean, she has a right to speak on it for all intents and purposes. She does. She has a right to speak on this. It's her life and it's her marriage and it's her situation, and she does have a right to speak on it. And I guess for that I can't 100% fault her. It's just people really, really, really don't believe you, and it's going to take a lot more than you just talking to convince people that you're telling the truth at this point. I mean, you just went through a 6-week court battle where all this evidence was played. And then there's more evidence online that people have access to. And, that wasn't even enough to convince people that you were telling the truth. So if you want people to believe you, you're going to have to bring more than just your word, at this point in time. And you don't have anything else. If you had it, it would be out there at this point in time. I really expected for stuff to be leaked to the media after the trial. I was kind of expecting her to come out with other recordings or something, but I feel like, I don't know, she don't have anything else. What she had is what she had, and it just was not enough for anybody. I mean, even with, you got to think about it, there was moments in there where we actually saw Johnny Depp being aggressive in a sense towards her. Well, not even towards her, but there you have the video with him slamming the cabinets and stuff. You have videos of him yelling and stuff, but it's not enough for us to believe that he was the abuser, because in all the recordings between the two of them that they brought to the trial, you don't hear any talk about him being violent in any of those recordings. Not one thing about him being violent towards her in any of those recordings, but you do hear talk of her being violent towards him in those recordings. And that's, I think, what sold the jury at the end of the day, was that there was admissions on her behalf and him saying it, and they're talking about all these different issues. All you hear her complaining about when it comes to him in these recordings is that he leaves the room, he walks away, he hides, and that's just not what an abuser does. That's not what an abuser does. They don't leave you, An abuser is more likely to chase you around and not let you have space, which is what she does. So it's just it's just unbelievable that she's still, out there trying to convince people that she's the abused person in this. All that conniving she did, setting him up, and she lost. She needs to move the fuck on. He got to tell a story. That's all he wanted. Yeah, she's got to just move on. Move on with your life, Amber. I feel like she's not going to do that because she just can't take that he won. She can't handle that. Her ego. She can't walk away and just feel like, hey, you know what? He won. I lost. She's still going to continue to try to defame him for as long as she can. And unfortunately, he might just have to accept that. I think it'll fizzle out because nobody believes her at this point. I mean, I know she has a small percentage or, hey, Smokey, she has a small following, people that believe her. It was actually pretty funny. I know somebody else in here said that they watch this person, but their name is Cinema Shogun. This big, heavy set guy. He started, I guess his channel started growing during the Gabby Petito case. And I watched a couple of his videos, but one of the videos was like he went into this Amber Heard support group. It was really funny. But there is people out there that do believe her story. I mean, there's a person on here. I don't know if I'd exactly call them a creator. They have a channel and they seem to believe her. And I'm just like, of course, because you just love to go against the grain. Yeah, this person also hates Americans and anything that has to do with them. How you doing, Smokey? She's a sociopath, still trying to control him just like an abusive person. She will still attack him as her victim. I don't think Johnny will ever, I don't necessarily think he's going to ever speak about this. Now, I heard there's, I don't know too many details, but I heard there might be a similar situation with Brad and Angelina. And that I'll be fucking there for. I'll be fucking there for that. I'm not a big Angelina Jolie fan, but there's a big group of people that actually support her, so it'll be a little different and believe her. But yeah, that I'd be there for. And then you also have the Marilyn Manson and what's her name? Rose McGowan, is that her name? Now, how the fuck you even date Marilyn Manson to begin with? I don't know, because like he freaking, I'm sorry, like he just grosses me out ever since the first time I saw him. I don't know. I'm not into dudes who like, I'm just not into that whole genre of that fucking horror looking, I don't know what the fuck you call it. I'm just not into it. Like that whole like fucking weird getup that he has on with the makeup and the fucking contacts and the long black hair, and it's just it's so depressing looking to me. Like I just don't want anything to do with that. Hey, Ems. Oh, I forgot to answer you yesterday, Ems. I was on the phone and I saw your text and then I forgot to answer you. I just realized that. Mrs. freaking Fancy Pants over here. His IQ is off the charts. Will be good child. Who? Marilyn Manson. Yeah, he's very, very intelligent. Never mind his appearance. He has to me a dark vibe. Well, that's what it is. Like, I'm not into like darkness. I've never gravitated towards, that type of thing ever. I know a lot of people do. And I feel like there's a reason for that. It's because they have some darkness in them. But I don't know. It's not my thing. Could I believe that he was abusive? I mean, I don't know. I don't know the guy. I've heard him in interviews, and yes, he's very intelligent. He's extremely intelligent, well-spoken. And, again, that whole thing that he does is part of the character that he plays, Who knows what he's actually like in real life? Rachel Wood. Yeah, Rachel Evan Wood or something. I don't understand it either. I just never did. I never did. Ozzy Osbourne needs a surgery done where they think he may not make it through. Get out of here. That's sad. What he's always like, I've always thought that there's something off about him. Like, even when he had his show back in the day, his like that there's something neurologically wrong with him. He always like talked really weird, and then he had, I don't know, even walked, even the way he walked. How old is he now? I don't know how old. He's got to be up there. He's got, if you're talking about Ozzy Osbourne, he's got to be up there in his like maybe even 70s, 60s. Let's see. Hold on, I'll look it up. Let's look it up. Or if you're asking about Marilyn Manson, I have no idea. But Ozzy Osbourne is definitely, I'm assuming that's who you're talking about. He's up there. He's got to be up there. That was like the first like celebrity reality show. Like without the Osbournes, think about this. Without the Osbournes, the Kardashians never would have existed. Like, even though they don't have anything to do with each other, it's that whole concept of showing the inside life of a celebrity family, right? That was so popular back then that the Osbournes really brought to TV. I mean, they were really the pioneers. They were the first ones to really do that. I really don't think that if their show never took off the way it did, there would ever be a Kardashian show. So he was born in 1948, so he's in his 70s, right? Because my dad was born 42. Dude, my dad would have been, this is fucking crazy. I think my dad would have, how old would he be? 1942. God, I suck at math. I always look every year on his birthday, and I remember this year, I was like, holy shit. Because it's like, I can't even imagine him being this old. Let me see. So it's 2000, what are we? 2022 minus 2022. I can't even use a fucking calculator. What is going on here? Minus. Yeah, so my dad would have been 80 this year. That's right, 80. This year, this past, no, I'm sorry, he'd be turning 80 this year. So this December, my dad would be turning 80, which is like fucking mind-blowing because I didn't even see him make it through his 60s or 70s. Like, I can't even picture him. So he's got to be, Ozzy Osbourne's in his late 70s or his early 70s. Yeah, he looked 73 back then. That's so true. He did. That's what I'm saying. Like, there was just something about him, even on that show, where like he always like he looked like a confused old man to me, I guess, is what it is. Like, you know, that's what it is. He looked like a confused old man. Your dad's 76. Wow. Same year as your dad. I can't even believe my dad's 80. Wow, Ems, your dad's wait, the same age as my dad? Because that's pretty old to have a daughter as young as you. Because I'm young to have a dad that old. My dad had us when he was in his mid-30s. I mean, now for today's standards, it's not that old, but back then, when our parents' generation got married a lot younger, I feel, than we did. Not everybody, but I'm saying a lot of like my friends and my family, we got married in our 30s. I feel like my parents' generation, a lot of them got married in their early 20s and shit, which to me is just way too young to get married in your 20s. It's just way too young to get married. I don't know, the maturity level, I guess. But yeah, that's crazy. So my dad, I have older sisters that I believe my oldest sister is probably in her 60s now. Well in her 60s. And I think the younger one is probably around 60, maybe 62. I don't even know what year they're born. I never did. I don't know how many years I told people, like when I was in elementary school, I'm like, yeah, my sister's 28 years old. She was like, seemed so old to me back then, you know, and I was a kid and she was in her 20s. So I mean, I don't know what year she was born. I know sometime in the 60s. That's all I know. But my dad also got married really young to his first wife. He was married at 19. I mean, I have his wedding picture and he looks like a little kid, you know. They were like, I guess, high school sweethearts or were neighborhood sweethearts. They knew each other from their neighborhood that they grew up in. and they got married pretty much right out of high school, and had my older sister, and then my younger older sister, she was born like 8 years later. So there was like a pretty big, gap between my oldest sister and then my other older sister. So, and then my dad got divorced, or got separated, I should say. Him and my mom met, and then, me and my brother were born. So, so there's a big age gap between us and my sisters, basically. Because like my sister, when my brother was born, my sister was already in her teens. I mean, she was almost out of high school by that point in time, or around that age. So I think she was around 16 when my brother was born, 15 or 16. So she was almost, through school. Just crazy. The kids here getting married before graduation. I don't know, man. I just didn't feel mature enough at that age to get married. Even if you look at the Amber Heard Johnny Depp situation, like she's so much younger than him that even that in itself had to present an issue in their relationship, because there's this huge age gap. I mean, she even refers to him at one time as an old man, sitting around playing guitar with his friends, because you always get to a certain time. I remember I used to think this as a kid, right? My parents, like, I would get in the car with them and I would think in my head, like, why do they listen to this fucking old ass music? Like, my dad listened to music from like the 50s and 60s, and then my mom would listen to music from the 60s and 70s, because there was a big age gap between my parents too. My mom and dad had 12 years between each other. So, there was this generational age gap between them. And I used to think to myself, like, how do you, like, when does that happen to you where you just like get stuck and you like no longer accept new things, and you just like want to listen to like your old shit? And then I finally figured it out as I got older. It's like sometime in your 30s. I think you just kind of hit this, I don't know, point where you're like not into like new things anymore, new music. It's weird, because I know I got there. I was just like, ugh, I hate everything that's coming out on the radio. Like, I like some stuff, but I don't know. I don't know. It's not like how I used to follow music. Like, I was always like the person, I made my friends mixtapes or CDs or whatever. Everybody would always, because I was always downloading whatever was new. I'd go on like Hot 97's website and I'd just look at their playlist and I'd download everything that was new off their playlist. But then it just got to a point where like I would just hear the new music and I just didn't like it. I was like, this stuff sucks. Like, I don't know. I think it was sometime in like the 2010s where which would have been my 30s, right? I was just like, ugh, like, I don't know what's happening here, but like, I'm not feeling this vibe anymore. This fucking auto tune vibe. I listen to rap music. So for me, it was like, ugh, I'm just not feeling this vibe anymore. Like, it's so over processed and I don't like it anymore. It's so slow and there's no more storytelling in the music anymore. So I don't like it. So I just kind of stick with what I like, what I know. I like some of the new like R&B shit that comes out, R&B singers and stuff, but the rap's no. It's just a no for me, dog, But I think it's like that time in your life. I think we got stuck in that time in your life where you were just free. You had no responsibilities, right? And music was like so important when you're in like high school and shit. And I think that when you get older and you listen to that music, it brings you back to that time in your life when you had no responsibilities. You know what I'm saying? Where life wasn't so hard, I guess. Maybe that's why we get stuck, just for that nostalgic reason that brings you back and makes you feel good again. Like, oh, I remember hearing this song and sitting on the beach, or you know what I'm saying, hanging out with my friends or being at the club or whatever. And maybe that's what it is subconsciously. I like some of the country rap. What is that? Like, what I mean, like, well, what artists, I guess. For me, it's true. My parents played the Stones, Bangles, Queen. I listen to Tupac and Still the Same. That's all I listen to. See, me too. Like, I'm stuck. Like, I could listen to the same songs over and over again. Like, I just don't get sick of it. Like I like my Biggie, my DMX, Jay-Z, the Wu-Tang, who else? I mean, I love R&B too. So I love Mary J. Blige. I love Alicia Keys, you know. And I like a lot of the new stuff that's coming out. I've been feeling some of the Doja Cat and shit like that. I don't know if she's not really R&B. I would consider her pop, I guess. But I like some of her shit. But I like a lot of rock. Like, dude, I could totally jam and listen to fucking some alternative music too from the 90s. I love that shit. Some Bush, some fucking Smashing Pumpkins, you know, some Nirvana, some Green Day, and all that kind of shit. I love Biggie, Wu-Tang, Dre. Mary J's the shit. Some Lauryn Hill, you know. But it changed. And I think that happens with everything. Even if you look through rock and roll, the rock and roll from the 60s and 70s is totally different from the 80s. You know, you had the hair bands, the metal that came out in the 80s. And then like the 90s, it went into this like dopey, slow vibe, kind of more hippie-ish sounding rock and roll, you know? And then it just kind of fell off after that. Like, what is a rock band right now that's popular? Is there even a rock band? Did rock and roll just completely fucking fall off? What happened to rock and roll? I hate Britney Spears. Yeah, Wild One. I was never into that. Like, I was never, ever, my whole entire life. I remember when I was like in 3rd grade, that was when New Kids on the Block dropped. And like every fucking girl in school had New Kids on the Block shirts on. And I was like, oh, hell no. I had like my Poison shirts on, my Motley Crue shirts. Like, my mom's buying me these things and probably didn't even like listen to the music and realize how fucking raunchy it was for a 3rd grader. But I don't know. I guess it's almost like an unavoidable. My son too. My son listens to music. I'm like, whoa, what are they saying there? You know, I'll hear him walking around and he like loves all this like new shit. And I'm just like, oh, it's so bad. He loves Jack Harlow. That's like his boy, Jack Harlow, which he makes all right stuff. I'm not crazy about it, but he makes all right music, Jack Harlow. I could deal with it. Yeah, we did have the best era of music. We really did. See, I never listened to New Kids on the Block. Do I know their fucking songs? Yeah, because you couldn't avoid hearing it, you know, just like I probably know more NSYNC or whatever, 98 Degree songs, because I worked at this fire restoration place, and I seriously like was gonna kill them. Because they would play this, there's this one station here on Long Island. I don't know if you might know about this station, Life Rewinded. I don't know if it's in Staten Island, but it's called WBLI. It's a Long Island station. And they literally, like, the whole station is like, they take the top 10 fucking Billboard hit songs, maybe 20, but it seems like 10. And they just fucking replay those 10 songs all day. So like I would sit at work and the girl would turn the WBLI on and all day I would hear the same fucking songs over and over and over and over again. That like to this day when I hear them, I like cringe because I'm like, oh, you know, just over and over and over again. So like that's the only way I know words to those songs. Well, also I worked at a bowling alley and they used to do the same thing. They used to play like the same, that fucking Sugar Ray. Remember Sugar Ray? I just want to fly. That song is like forever burned into my brain. I could see the whole video. That for some reason that was like a huge song at the bowling alley and they would just replay that fucking song over and over. I guess because it was like kid friendly. And they would just play that song over and over and over again. Like I could just see Sugar Ray Leonard in my fucking dreams. It's like burned into my retina. Because they had like the screens with his videos playing all the time. Oh my God. KTU, yeah. Wasn't that like the Saved by the Bell channel? No. No fuck with Saved by the Bell, because that shit was my jam too. I loved me some Saved by the Bell. My mom bought this game home once from like a garage sale, Saved by the Bell game, trivia game. And I was like, oh, I'm like, I gotta play that. I have to play it. So me and my brother played it. Probably the only time I've ever beaten my brother in a trivia game. Like, I got every question right because I watched that show so much. I can never win in trivia. I'm like the worst in trivia games, but don't fuck with me when it comes to Saved by the Bell. My daughter loved Kids on the Block, me not so much. That's like one of the reasons, though. I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm so glad I don't have a daughter because, like, I was looking at I could see one of my cousin's pages, and she had her daughters, and they're at these like dance recitals and shit. And like, I don't mind a dance recital. You know, my cousin, she is fucking phenomenal. Her dancing, I could watch her dance all day. She's just on another level, you know, her dancing. And she choreographs everything herself. And she's just really, really good dancer. And it's like, fuck, man. I remember watching one of her solos and I was like, I almost wanted to cry. It was so good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never felt like that before watching dance, but I can't watch the little kids dance, dude. That shit is horrible. And some people think it's adorable. No offense to you if you do. It is for like a second. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's cute when they all shuffle out onto the stage in their little costumes and they don't know what they're doing and shit. But then, like, to watch a whole recital of that, I was like, I showed my husband, I'm like, dude, aren't you glad we have a son? Because I was like, could you imagine having to sit there and watch this shit like every year? Oh, God. But then, you know, some people might feel the same way about watching hockey. Like, could you imagine having to sit there in a freezing cold rink? I probably would have said the same thing 10 years ago, but, you know, it's just fucking, it's rough, dude, the dancing. But, like, also, if you have a daughter, they drag you to all these concerts, like the New Kids on the Block, like all that bullshit. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Like Harry Styles, who I don't even know who the fuck Harry Styles is. I just hear the name. I know he's like a teeny bopper. But it's like, oh, who the fuck wants to do that? I took my girls to see Big Time Rush when they were little. What is that? I don't even know what that is. Never even heard of that. Or like the fucking Hanson brothers. Remember the Hanson brothers? Oh, Barney's fucking weird, dude. That's not my jam. No, it's not my jam. No offense to anybody. Like, I understand if you have to do. I was in dancing school myself, and I think that's part of why I hate it so much. Because I just hate that whole fucking atmosphere of like dressing little girls up, you know, in makeup and shit, and making them smile, and like, I don't know. It just, the whole atmosphere, it just never was for me. And it's weird. My daughter's first concert was the Jonas Brothers. Yes, Bop. Remember that shit? I want to take mine to Pink. Pink's good, man. I like Pink. She's a badass bitch. I like me some Pink. Oh, I gotta tell you guys, I was gonna tell you guys this. This is something I had as notes for my makeup people in here. So yesterday I was filming a DIY video and it was fucking hot as balls outside. It was like, it had to be like around like 88 degrees, 90 degrees yesterday. And I'm outdoors and I'm fucking painting and I'm sweating my ass off, like literally dripping sweat. Like, it was disgusting, actually. And well, because I was like sitting right in the sun like an idiot. There was nowhere shady for me to go. So I'm in my, you know, I got in the car and like literally like the sweat went into my eye and it washed off all my fucking eyeliner and everything. Which I don't even know why I bothered putting makeup on. But so I was like, oh, that sucks. So I go online and I'm like, let me search, you know, I want to see where there's a good wing liner. Now, not wing liner, liquid liner that, you know, that lasts. Because I'll be honest with you, I have so many of them. I can't find any. The only one I can find is my Kat Von D liner, which is running out. But I love the Kat Von D liner, but it doesn't last. Like, it comes off so easy. So I go online and I do my little research, right? And I find this girl, I don't know, she does some review. Let me tell you guys the name of this shit because it's fucking bomb. For those of you who like liquid liner, I know it's not for everybody, but hold on a second. It is called, where is it? Maybelline. And I'm telling you, I put it on yesterday. Okay. This shit did not move. And I'm telling you guys, like, when I say I put this shit to the fucking test yesterday, I put it to the test. Because again, I was sweating my ass off, where literally there was sweat dripping down my head into my eyeballs. Okay. Like, bad. This shit did not budge. And I was shocked because I don't think I've ever had any eyeliner that would stay through me sweating the way I was sweating yesterday. And I'm telling you guys, like, I was sweating like I was doing a workout. Like, I was, it was bad. So it's called Hyper Easy Brush Tip Liner by Maybelline. Hyper Easy. The only thing I don't like about it, and that's the one thing I will give the Kat Von D liner over this, is that the Kat Von D liner is like fucking matte black, and I prefer my eyeliner to be matte. This one's matte, but it has a little tiny sheen. Like, I wouldn't call it shiny, but it's definitely not as matte. It is black though. It's definitely way blacker, because it was funny. I fixed the one eye with that, and then the other eye I had the Kat Von D liner on still. And I wore it for a little bit just to see how it would do with me sweating. And like right off the bat, the Kat Von D liner was just like, it looks black when you put it on. But when I saw it next to this shit, I was like, oh no, this is gray. This isn't even like close to black. Liquid liner is very hard, especially if you have, any wrinkles. And I wouldn't personally suggest it if you have like wrinkly eyelids, because it's just not good for that. If you do use it, I would use it like this, because this is what I have to do sometimes now that my eyes are getting a little older. I'll put the liquid liner on, and then I'll go over it with like a really black powder, eyeshadow to kind of fill in any gaps that are left. Because that does, I have one of my somebody I know, I won't say who it is, but somebody I know in my real life, they wear liquid liner, and like it's always cracked every time I see them, and I just want to like tell them, like, stop using liquid liner. Your eyes are not made for it. Like, because it's true, not everybody's eyes are made for liquid liner. But I'm just telling the people that if you do use it, if you do like it, and you're looking for one that'll fucking last through a hurricane, that's the one. The Maybelline Hyper, what is it called? Hyper Easy liquid liner. And it's like a felt tip, but it comes in a really small pen. So it's easy to hold and kind of control. It goes on nicely. So I was shocked, to be quite honest with you, because I just kind of like wrote off drugstore like eyeliners. There's another one I like that I don't know if it's really necessarily considered drugstore, but it's made by ColourPop. That one's good too. I don't use liquid liner all that much, but when I do, make a little wing or something, I want to have one that's not gonna sweat off my face, because I don't know, dude. Ever since I had my son, I sweat like a motherfucker in the summers. I hate it. I can't tolerate it. Ask Hummingbird. I texted her yesterday. I'm like, I'm going to die of heat stroke. Like, I seriously thought I was going to die last night. I like laid down on my couch after I ate dinner. I think I was like dehydrated. I think I needed to drink a lot more water yesterday. I just like all of a sudden felt like I was going to pass out because it was so fucking hot yesterday. Hank and Henry's eyeliner doesn't move. Sweat, no tears, make it budge. Is that like a regular eyeliner? Like a pencil? I got to order that, Hummingbird, because I can't fucking find something to last in my waterline. To be honest with you, and trust me, I've tried so many goddamn eyeliners to go in my waterline, which I've actually been not doing lately. I've been kind of skipping that and just not putting anything in my waterline. Just, I don't know, switch it up, I noticed a lot of like the TikTokers, they don't do it. So maybe I'm stuck in the 90s with my eyeliner a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I like the way it looks on me. I feel like when I do my makeup and I don't put the black in the waterline on the bottom, it just like doesn't look complete. But I'm starting to get used to not putting it. I can't do the nude liner or the white in the waterline. That shit looks so weird to me. On me, On other people, I've seen other people do it and it looks okay. On me, I feel like I look like I'm possessed. Like I just don't like the way it looks. So I just rather put nothing there. Like I really don't understand the point of putting white or a nude color that in there. I know they say it's supposed to open your eyes up, but I don't like the way it looks on me. It just doesn't look right on me. I look like I'm possessed when I do that. So, but anyway, the black I'm having a lot of trouble with. I need something that won't budge. Marc Jacobs is supposed to do great. I have that one, profile manipulation, because I got it with I got it from Sephora. I don't know. They were giving it away for the birthday thing, and it's all right. I mean, I don't feel like it lasts all that long. One of the best ones I've tried, which I have to reorder, is it's called Inglot. It's kind of like an indie brand. A lot of makeup artists use it. That one was pretty good. And then for a really long time, the AHB, the Anastasia one was working, and then like it decided to not work one day. I don't know what happened. But I used the gel liner. I remember my mom turned into Demon Spawn. Hold on. Dude, I don't know what's up with me, but like I just sweat. I think it's because I drink a lot of coffee, which I was telling Hummingbird yesterday. I mean, I drank an extra large coffee from 7-Eleven yesterday, and then I went back and I got a large coffee, and I was sweating this off. And then after that, I was like, ooh, I'm so hot. I definitely need a mocha frappuccino from Starbucks. So I went there. God, those are so good in the summer, dude. Dude, I'm telling you, if you've never tried it, you need to fucking try the mocha frappuccino with extra ice, which I'm pissed because they don't give you that option anymore. They used to give it to you on the app because like I hate going into Starbucks and ordering. I order on the app and then I just go in there and grab it. But I'm telling you, the mocha frappuccino from Starbucks is fucking bomb for like a hot summer day. If you need some coffee, if you need some caffeine, just trust me. Trust me on this. Trust me. I have the Color Stay Black Gel Pen. That one doesn't stay for me. I have really watery eyes because I think my eyes are dry, which causes them to water. I know that makes no sense. Avon gel liner. Oh man, I wonder what happened. Is Avon even a thing anymore? Java chip frap. Yeah, see, I'm like weird with that shit. I don't like, I can't explain it. I don't like hard particles in my ice, anything like that's supposed to be like smooth. Like, I didn't eat yogurt with like I pretty much my whole entire life, I would not eat any other type of yogurt besides vanilla yogurt because I couldn't stand chunks in the yogurt. But I don't know. My mom bought it when I was probably in my 20s. I started eating strawberry yogurt, and that's like the only, well, strawberry banana. Those are like the only flavors I'll eat because like the bananas, you know what I'm saying? Like the strawberries, like really soft and it's not too chunky. But like you ain't gonna catch me eating no like fucking peach yogurt with those hard chunks in it. Fuck no. I don't know. Even ice cream, like people love cookie dough and like chocolate chip ice creams and like I don't like anything hard in my ice cream. I hate that. So I really don't like, I pretty much only eat vanilla ice cream. That's all I like. I'm so fucking boring. Although I do enjoy the fucking, I've been eating way too many of these lately. They're fucking good. They're so good. The what the fuck do you call it? Reese's Sonic Blast from Sonic. Oh, so good. So good. And the only reason I like it is because they put big chunks of like the Reese's in there. So it's not like little hard chips of chocolate, although you do get that. But you eat it with a spoon. You don't drink it really. But like that's probably one of the only cases where I'll eat like a blended ice cream. I don't know why. I just never fucking like I've tried it. Like I remember when I used to smoke a lot of weed, you know, Ben and Jerry's is like the bomb. You go in the fucking store, you're like, oh shit, anything, you know, everything's in the ice cream. I want it. And then I would get it home and I never fucking liked it. And I would never eat it. Like it would look good in theory at the store, but then I'd get home and I'd be like, where's the fucking actual ice cream in this? Like it's all other shit, not ice cream. I don't like the one from Carvel Life Rewinded. I tried theirs. I don't like the peanut butter sauce that they use. Oh, wait, or is that Baskin Robbins? I might be wrong there. That might be Baskin Robbins. There was one night I was like, if you guys don't know, Friendlies, okay, it's only on the East Coast, so I don't think that they have them, anywhere else. But they make the fucking best Reese's ice cream. Holy shit. I know I've talked about this on here, but their peanut butter sauce is, oh my God, it's so good. They changed it though recently, and I haven't been liking it as much. But like years ago, before COVID, I feel like COVID fucked up so many things. Years ago, before COVID, their peanut butter sauce, it was like so thick and so creamy. It was almost like real peanut butter. I don't know how the fuck they did this voodoo to make this shit, because I actually tried making it one time myself. Because I was like literally there every night, to the point where like I would pull up in the parking lot and they would have my shit on the counter waiting for me, and I didn't pre-order it. They just saw me and knew that I was coming in for that shit for my Sunday. Like that's how much I was there. So, oh, so good though. So good. We don't have Friendlies. Yeah, a lot of them closed down. A lot of them. But my husband and I boycotting Friendlies right now, because we went there. It was me, him, and Jesse. Mind you, Friendlies is like a step down. Like their food is a step down from Applebee's. Okay. Like, it's a step down from Applebee's. All right. Not that Applebee's is like horrible, but I'm just saying, like, those places, all those chain restaurants, like, they don't really make the food. The food is basically like sent to them frozen, and they just heat it up, So it's not like a fresh restaurant, like if you go to like a hibachi place and they're fucking cooking a fresh steak in front of you, with fresh ingredients, like, vegetables and shit. Everything's frozen before they get it. So it's not the best, but like Friendlies is even like a step down from that. Okay. It's pretty fucking gross. It's like, it might as well be fast food. It's gross, but it's good. But we go there, and for me, my husband, and my son, the bill came out to like $90 something. And like, we didn't order expensive meals. And we were like, what the fuck? Like, this was like right after COVID, or like during COVID, they just like jacked the prices up of everything. And it was just like, it actually cost us less, or around the same amount, to go to the hibachi place and get filet mignon next door. Like, it's literally maybe like $20 less, and drink, and have a couple of alcoholic beverages, and it's still less than Friendlies, or like right around the same amount. So we've like pretty much boycotted Friendlies. We haven't been there in like a year, because their fucking prices are just outrageous for what it is. $90. I mean, we got ice cream and shit, but like still, that's a lot and we thought, all right, maybe it's that one waitress, but we went back like maybe 2 more times, and the same thing. So we were like, all right, it's Friendlies. They just jacked their prices up during COVID, which, to be honest, didn't make sense to me, because they stayed open all through COVID, right? And they were fucking jamming that place, because they were one of the only restaurants that was open still. They were doing all takeout, mind you, it was all delivery and shit. But like, every time I would go there, it was fucking packed. And they had like 10 Uber drivers sitting in the parking lot waiting, So it's not, yeah, I'm sure they, suffered as every business did, but they stayed open that whole time, and they made money, trust me. So for them to jack their prices up the way they did, I know the cost of like their ingredients and shit are going up, but they like really jacked their prices up. I don't know if it's every Friendlies or if it's just the one over here, but it was ridiculous. Their birthday cakes are fucking bomb. Band-Aid memories. We do have Dairy Queen. I have one, but it's a little bit of a ride for me, so I haven't really been there. There's not many on Long Island. We're like it's so crazy. Okay. I live in like next to the fucking biggest city, right, in the United States, maybe in the world. Okay. And we get things like last. It's like, I don't even get it. Like, everybody else had Sonic, and then we got it. You know, we're like the last people to get Sonic. We have 2 Sonics on Long Island, 2 on the whole fucking island. Well, there might be more now, but there's 2. Thank God one of them's by me. I don't like their food that much, but I love their fucking shakes. But like people always talk about stores, and I'm like, yeah, we don't have that. We don't have that near us. We should have everything. I love a Big Mac. Ugh. I can't do McDonald's, girl. Once in a blue moon, I'll eat like fast food like that, like McDonald's or Burger King. I typically don't eat that. But the other day was one of those days. I was like, you know what? Let's get Burger King. We were coming home from Jesse's tournament from Rhode Island, and it was late and nothing was open, you know, by the time we got home. So I was like, let's just get Burger King. Dude, every time I eat Burger King, I fucking regret it. I'm like, why did I do this to myself? Because I hate their fries. Their fries are disgusting. They're so dry and disgusting. And they're horrible. They're just fucking horrible. So I get the onion rings, okay? Which taste great in the moment while you're eating them. But then like the next day when you're tasting them, every time you fucking exhale, they're not good anymore. Ugh. I hate that. I know it too. When I go to eat them, I'm like, I'm gonna regret this like tomorrow. Like I'm gonna be so mad that I ate Burger King tomorrow, but I have to eat it right now. I love me a Whopper. Like, don't get me wrong. You know, the Whoppers are fucking bomb. But their fries are just, I don't know, man. They're so dry and just, just don't like them. I don't like Arby's either. They just opened one of those here. I'm not a big fan. I don't really care for roast beef. Like, no thanks. I can't eat McDonald's. I don't mind Wendy's. If I had to pick a favorite fast food place, I think Wendy's would be my favorite. Because now their service, no offense, if Randy hears this, earplugs, Randy, earmuffs, their service sucks. The way their system of how they serve the food is just terrible. They have like one person, it's just, they take forever, you know, and it's not just the Wendy's by me. It's a lot of Wendy's that I've been to. They're just, I don't know, something about their system. Taco Bell is fucking the shit. Whatever system Taco Bell uses, they need to fucking show every other fast food place their system because Taco Bell moves like a well-oiled machine and they never fuck your orders up. It's like amazing. But Wendy's fucks your order up all the time. I don't know what the hell's going on at Wendy's, but they need to get their shit together. But I feel like I like their burgers, their fries. Like overall, I like that they have other choices. Like I always get baked potatoes, you know. I'm not a big fry person. I don't know. I don't really care for fries. I'll eat them and shit, but like if there's another option there, I'll get like mashed potatoes or like a baked potato. Like I'd rather have that than fries. But you know, so that's what I like about Wendy's. But I like their fries. I like their honey mustard sauce. It's fucking bomb. It's delicious. I'm telling you right now, dip your fries in the honey mustard sauce. You're welcome. You're welcome. You can thank me later. But fucking, yeah, Randy needs to like tell them. Maybe she could put a word. And the other thing I hate about Wendy's, all right, and I don't know, Wendy might not do this, but mine does, okay? They are so fucking stingy with the sauce. Like, they get mad at you when you ask for sauce at my Wendy's. I don't know if it's every Wendy's, but my Wendy's by my house, they, like, get angry at you. Like, they're like you would think, like, it comes out of their paycheck at the end of the week. Like, oh, you gave that girl, 2 extra honey mustard sauces. We're going to dock you 50 cents pay. Because, like, that's how they make you feel when you ask for, like, extra sauce. Holy shit. They make you feel like you're, like, asking them to, like, give a fucking their arm or something. It's, like, the weirdest thing. Like, I always have to get, like, all shy. I'm like, can I have a honey mustard? And then I turn real quick, like, don't hit me. Because I'm asking for fucking honey mustard sauce, even when you have to pay for it. Mine doesn't charge for extra sauce, but like even they get like annoyed when you ask for, even McDonald's, they get annoyed too. They're like, I always, if and when I do eat McDonald's, I always order a cup of mac sauce. So like that's like the sauce that they put on the Big Macs, but they don't have it packaged. So like they have to put it in a cup for you, right? And they get like so fucking annoyed when you ask for it. And then like sometimes they'll take like one squirt and give it to you. I'm like, really? What am I supposed to do with this? And like I'll be like pissed off if my husband goes and picks food up and then comes home without the sauces on them because I'm like big condiment person. And I'm like, where's my fucking honey mustard? Like if I get a baked potato, I need the 2 sour creams on the side. Stat. And like I love sour cream. I could eat a fucking gallon of sour cream by itself. I love it. Mm. You know, LA for one, I could never eat a blooming onion. I think I don't want to say I'm allergic to onions because like I'm not, you know, I don't get an allergic reaction like a throat swelling or anything, but like when I eat onions, my body just does not do well with onions. Like they just do. I typically don't like onions. Like I fucking raw onions are disgusting. They should just be banished forever. But I can't eat onions that I could eat cooked onions, but I really don't like them. Like onion rings, I'll make an exception because it's kind of like the onion is disguised in the breadcrumb, but like onions by themselves, I just don't. And like I very rarely eat onion rings too. I really do. It's rare because I really just something with onions. They just don't like my body doesn't digest them right. I just don't have good times after I eat onions. I don't know. I just can't handle them. They hurt my stomach. They just bother me. I wish I could eat them because, you know, that would be nice. I mean, I can eat them if they're like cooked in food, but like onions, I try not like I have to limit the amount of onions I have. Garlic now, that shit, I could eat tons of it and I love it. Hey, Angel. My guy comes home without the sauces every time. Yeah, my husband had to learn. Like, dude, do not fucking even think of walking through this front door without the sauces, dude. Because I will fucking send you back. No, I never send them back. But it's like, oh, I get so mad because it like ruins my whole meal. Like my meal is dependent on the sauces. Like I can't eat without my sauces. Like I'll literally throw that shit right in the garbage. I'll be like, fine, I'll starve. Like, you know. Because I need the sauces. I can only handle tartar sauce on Mickey D's fish. Ew. Nope. No fish. Nope. Nope. But I love the sauces. I need the sauces. Lived above an onion field as a kid. First paid job was clearing onion rot. Ew. 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 I always get the wrong order. The hair, the bug. Yep, me too, girl. Me too. Yeah, my order is always the one that gets fucked up. Like out of the whole thing, my order is always the one that's fucked up. I'm like, why me? I am fussy. You're 100% right, dude. I'm fucking fussy either. There's no 2 cents about that. I'm very fussy either. Like my food has to be perfect for me to eat it. Everything has to be the right way. And I have like, I don't try new things. Although I did the other day, I tried falafel for the first time. I really don't like venture out much. I'm very boring and like picky and I eat the same shit. Like if I go to Wendy's, I have my meal that I order. Like my husband, he's one of those people that he'll like venture out and he'll be like, "Oh, like let me get the pretzel bun burger with the fucking, you know, potato chips on it." And I'm like, "Nope, no potato chips on my burger. Like I just want like the classic. Give me the classic. I don't want anything weird on my burger, dude. Like I just want a regular burger with fucking lettuce, no tomato, and ketchup and cheese, and I'm good." You know, like I'm so boring and basic. And I have like wherever we go, I have my order already. Like I know what I want because I eat the same things all the time. I'm so boring. So fucking boring as an eater. Like my husband, he'll try like the limited shit. You know what I'm saying? If you go to like Burger King and they have like the, Hawaiian burger or whatever the fuck. I'm just making a name up, but like some crazy burger that's only for like the summer. He'll eat that. But like me, I'm like, nope, I'll take my fucking Whopper Jr. with cheese, no onions, no tomatoes, and that's it. That's all I'll eat from fucking, Burger King. I won't have no chicken sandwiches, or I don't eat chicken. Fish is completely out of the question. I'm boring. I just suck. I suck at life. Like Panera, I eat pretty much the same thing every time I go there. I have the mac and cheese, and then I have the broccoli cheddar soup. Once in a blue moon, I get the Mediterranean veggie sandwich. And then I also like sometimes, I used to really like it, but I haven't been enjoying it much lately, the French onion soup. That's good. Has a good flavor. But like my husband, he'll try like every soup on the menu. He like, they come out with a new soup, he'll try it. I'm like, nope, sorry, I'm stuck in my ways. I did venture out once and I tried they had these like bowls with like quinoa. Is that what it is? That shit? It's like small rice. Looks like little bowls. Yeah, that stuff's all right. I mean, but I just order the same shit. I could literally eat this fucking same shit every day and be totally happy. That's why I suck at like cooking and like, because I would literally probably just make the same fucking 5 things that I like, because I'm so boring as an eater. I wish I was like adventurous. Like my son's getting more adventurous as an eater, but like adventurous for me was trying falafel. Okay, that was fucking big step right there. I'll try any vegetable. Meats and shit, I'm like, I just stick to like the 3 meat that I like, and that's it. Because I'm not really, I could probably completely live without meat and be fine. No, you see, boss, I don't really cook. I mean, can I? Yeah, but do I like to? No, I hate cooking. I'm not gonna lie, I fucking hate it. It's a chore to me. Lisa, my mom used to love calamari. Mm-mm. Good for you, Sarah. That's awesome. Potato bacon soup. My favorite is an Indian food. I was scared at first until a friend would send in food. Well, we got a lot of halal food places opening up here. So I went there the other night because I was like really in the mood for a gyro. Wasn't as good as like a Greek gyro, but it was all right. But I didn't know this. Halal food means that this is so fucking weird, dude, right? I didn't know what it was. I thought halal food was just like Middle Eastern, food or Muslim food. Well, it is kind of Muslim food. It means that the meat was like, it's kind of like kosher, like when people eat kosher, it has to be like blessed by a rabbi or something. I don't know exactly what the kosher thing is, but I think that's what it is. Well, with halal food, it has to be slaughtered. I think it was, what did it say? By the artery? Yeah, the rest are waiting for me to address something, Angel, that I'm not even going to fucking address. That's probably what's going on. So you might as well fucking leave because I'm not addressing it. I will eventually, just not today. Somebody decided to go live apparently with my name in the title at like 3 a.m, but I'm not even going to address it right now. Hold on, let me look this up again. Halal food. It has like a certain meaning. The spies. The what do we call them, Angel? Holy shit, the paparazzi. What do we call them? The screenshot squad. All right, so halal food is, yeah, okay. For meat to be certified halal, I don't know if I'm saying that right. So let me just accept the cookies here. So for food to be considered halal, HALAL. Let me see. Where the fuck is this now? To food and drink is the same concept as kosher. Oh, so I was right. I just kind of made that up, but not made it up, but I just kind of figured that. All right, so for meat All right, for meat to be certified halal, it must be slaughtered. Oh my god, I can't talk. In a manner known as whatever the fuck that word is, dahabiha. That means cutting through the jugular vein. I was like, why am I reading this? Carotid artery. Oh my god, I can't talk. And windpipe in order to drain all blood from the carcass. Yay! 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 I was like, why am I reading this? I'm so glad I read this after I fucking ate, because if I would have read that before I ate, I probably wouldn't have ate. Like, I don't even like to think of like my meat as like that it was an animal at one point. Like it just what do you think about MGL and the medical mishap? All right, let's talk about that, because I happened to catch that at 5 something in the morning. I woke up to pee and I smoked a cigarette, and I passed out early last night. I think it was like, I don't even know, probably 10. I was like, all I know is the burnt toast was coming on, and I think I passed out before her live started. So it's pretty early. Screenshot this, bitches. So I wake up at like 5:45. I see it, my name's in the title, but I didn't even like go back to look to see what it was, because it was probably something stupid. But we'll talk about that at a later date, and you'll understand why when I get to it. So I did see, though, she's streaming MGL, right? Laura, this is, because I'm not a pussy and I'll just say her name. She's screaming oh my god, dude, I cannot fucking talk today. She's streaming MGL. And I'm like, I was in the Glares chat yesterday and he was talking about this. So I was clearly more interested in this than myself, because I don't care what Laura has to say about me, to be quite honest with you. She's an asshole. So I go and I'm looking and I'm like, I want to see, because I was in the Glares chat yesterday and he was talking about the same exact incident. So I just happened to wake up. It's like 4:45 here, right? I think. And she's right on the part where this whole thing's going down. And she's so stupid. Her fucking commentary, Laura, you suck. You suck at commentary. Just saying. It's like, what the heck? But anyway, she sucks at commentary. She really does. She's horrible at it. Like, she just says the dumbest fucking things. So now Laura, on top of being almost attorney and like all these other things that she is, a record exec, a candle maker, a stockbroker, a guardian ad litem, right? And all these other things that she did in her short life. You know, from the time that she moved out of her mommy and daddy's house till now, you know, she at 30, no, was it 40? Sorry, 40 something. She did all this stuff, right? So anyway, now she's also a certified medical doctor. Okay. Like, I'm going to say this, and you guys know how I feel about MGL. We don't have to get into this. Okay. I think she's a total fucking drama queen. I think she's fucking histrionic as fuck, you know, like Amber Heard. Like, she's a drama queen. Nothing she does surprises me anymore. And like, I can't understand why anybody who's known her for more than like a year would be surprised by anything she does. That's the first thing I'm going to say about that. Like, does this fucking surprise anybody? No. Does it surprise me? Nope, not at all, because I fucking expect this kind of bullshit, histrionic, over the top, dramatic behavior from her, because that's who the fuck she is, you know? So it doesn't surprise me one little bit when she pulls this shit, like, at all. So anyway, yeah, this part's playing, and like apparently she has some like incident. I don't even know what the fuck it was. Laura convinced herself it was a stroke, which like nobody fucking said stroke except for people in her chat. So Laura just ran with it. But I don't know. I didn't see the video. I didn't see the follow-up video. So I don't know like what her explanation was of it. Like MGL's. I think she's having a gene attack. It sounds similar but scary. But I will say this. Something obviously, I think, you know, is she dramatic? Is she over the top? Is she histrionic? Yes. Something happened, like something bugged her out, whatever it was. You know what I'm saying? Did she maybe act it out to be more than it was? Yeah. You know, was she maybe just bored with the guy who was talking because he was kind of boring, whoever he was? Yeah, you know, and but like, I don't know. I've seen her just like rudely interrupt people and like cut them off when she's bored with them. So I don't think she needed to go to that extent to shut this guy up. You know what I'm saying? Like, clearly something happened that freaked her the fuck out. Like, whatever it was. I've gotten things, and you guys probably would never even know, but I remember one time specifically, I was live. It was at night. I think Tiffany was actually on my panel. This is a long time ago, obviously. And I got an anxiety attack while I was live, dude. And I don't know, you guys probably couldn't tell, but I was like feeling it, dude. Like, and I just had to kind of talk myself through it. It's happened actually a few times. I get anxiety attacks at like the weirdest times, dude. Like, and I don't know what the fuck brings them on, but you know, could it have been that? Because sometimes when I get anxiety attacks, dude, like I think I'm having a heart attack. I think I'm having, um, I don't know, an aneurysm. Like I just like that's kind of part of what an anxiety attack is like you think something is going on that's not actually going on, and it really freaks you out. So in my mind, could she have just had an anxiety attack? And you can get over them very quickly, you know, if you learn, and it takes a long time to kind of develop a technique or a way to kind of talk yourself out of an anxiety attack, because you have to do that. You have to talk yourself out of it. Could that have happened? Sure. You know, she might have thought something was happening. And of course, she might have overplayed it because that's her fucking personality, dude. I mean, why are we surprised by this? Why the fuck is anybody surprised by anything this woman does anymore? I just need to know. I need to know. But like, it's very possible that she felt something. You know, I've gotten things before where like I'll get like a random pain in my head or in my chest, and it like bugs me out, and that'll kind of like set me off to have an anxiety attack. Like those of us who suffer with anxiety know that like the smallest thing could happen in your body and it could completely set off an anxiety attack, you know, and then it amplifies whatever is going on in your body, right? To go like 10 times worse. And it's like, I think that's what could have happened. You know, something like that could have happened. And of course, she's over dramatic about everything, dude. So like the fact that maybe she was having an anxiety attack and then she just got a little over dramatic about it, that could really just be the explanation for it. The fact that she came back, I don't know. I was a little confused, and maybe you guys could help me out with this because, like, Laura's talking about her being in the hospital, but then saying that she was live 5 minutes later. So I don't know. I don't know. Did she go to the hospital? Orange butterfly. That's probably the best way to say it. My anxiety has anxiety. Exactly. Like when you start getting anxiety, you start getting anxiety about getting anxiety. Like, it's fucking weird. Anxiety is horrible, dude. Like, I wouldn't wish it on anybody. To me, it looks like she might have just had like a little anxiety attack, and of course, over dramatic, you know, was over dramatic about it because that's just MGL and that's what she does. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything she does is always to the fucking umpteenth degree. You know, Laura's like, she's not pale. She's not this. She says Jake's name. Like, she's over analyzing it. And it's like, Laura, I don't even think it was that serious. Like, you're making it you're over like I don't know what the word is, dramatizing it, dramatize whatever the word is. You know what I'm saying? Like you're making it more dramatic by like your assumptions. You know what I'm saying? Mm. But yeah, I think she just had an anxiety attack. She was in hospital. And listen, you know, if she did have an anxiety attack, maybe she went to a lot of people do, dude, when they have an anxiety attack, they go to the hospital because they really, I guess Laura's never had an anxiety attack. Like when you have a real true anxiety attack, you might feel like that is the anxiety attack, is that you feel like you're having a heart attack or you can't breathe or your head hurts or you're getting like these, you could get random pains in your body, you know, that scare you, like, and then that sets off your anxiety. So I mean, the fact that somebody would go to the hospital after an anxiety attack, like that doesn't really surprise me, just to make sure that everything's okay. the sad thing is she drove herself to the hospital. Are you serious, Beefers? Hey, Beefers. Yeah. That's not cool. Listen, I think that she's a little, this is just my opinion, but I think that she's a little bit of a hypochondriac. Like she, it just seems to me that she kind of like she's known to over dramatize, whatever the fucking word is, over dramatize her fucking anything that she has. Like, the way she talks about Bell's palsy, it doesn't work the way she talks about it. Okay. Like, it just doesn't, but she makes it like, Bell's palsy is this chronic disease that she's, dealt with for her whole life. That's not how it really works. In most cases, you'll get Bell's palsy, and it'll last for a couple of weeks, months, whatever, and then it goes away, and then you go back to normal. In most cases, in rare cases, you'll have, lasting effects from it, or you can, get it a second time, but that's like not as common, really. More commonly, you get it and then it goes away and that's it, But she makes it like it's this chronic, ongoing fucking issue that she's had, which it's just not. It's just fucking not, But she does that with a lot of things, She has a brain tumor that's benign, that she's said is benign, but yet she acts like it's this, thing that affects her everyday life, and it's not, because it's a benign tumor. So benign means that it's nothing. Laura's talking last night. She's like, maybe her tumor popped. Tumors don't pop, Laura. Tumors are usually hard and they don't pop. So what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, that doesn't happen. That does not happen. She's textbook histrionic, so it's hard to know if she's being real, which would explain why her hubs didn't seem overly concerned. Exactly, crazy Gemini. Laura's like, why did they call 911? Because they probably deal with this shit all the fucking time, dude. They deal with it. She reminds me of the type of person who like stubs her toe. And like, yes, does stubbing your toe fucking hurt like a bitch? Absolutely. But like, she'll, be going on about it for hours, and like, her toe is broken and they're going to have to amputate it. Like, that's the kind of histrionic bullshit that she just does with probably every little fucking pain. Like, she probably gets like gas pains and then freaks out and then farts and she's like, oh, I'm fine. Like, that's like her. That's just who she is. Why the fuck are you surprised by this, Laura? A pimple will pop, not a tumor. Yeah, exactly. Tumors don't pop. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. They grow, but they don't pop. Just Angel. Hold on a second. I mean, listen, it is what it is. I don't know. I mean, there was like people in her chat saying the most ridiculous shit, and then I just had to turn it off because, like, I don't know. One of my biggest fears, I have like a huge, huge fear of blood clots. My friend passed away from a pulmonary embolism. Like, I just have a fear of blood clots. I can't even like fucking hear about them. So Laura plays this like guy having a stroke like fucking 10 times, and I was like, ow. I just turned it off at that point, went back to sleep, because I was like, dude, I can't like sit here and watch this guy having a stroke like 500 times. Like, that shit freaks me the fuck out. It's a virus, can be from the herpes viruses. Yeah, like what's his name has it, something right now, Justin Bieber. He has this, I forget what it's called, but it's basically like another form of shingles, where it's the chickenpox virus, and it like reactivates in your nerves in your face. So like right now, half his face is paralyzed. It's kind of like Bell's palsy, but it's caused by the chickenpox virus. There's a lot of doctors that are full of shit on here. Yes, there are. Yes, there are. So, I mean, was it bizarre and weird and histrionic? Yes, of course it was, because it's fucking MGL, and everything she does is fucking histrionic and, over the top and dramatic. So, like, it doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, if you've been following her for the last 4 years, that's what she does. About everything. Remember when she fake threw up because like Laura had CPS called on her? And she like ran and she was like, "Bleh, bleh, bleh." Or like, dude, somebody, all right, this is the same woman, right? Who gets like a super chat and she's like, oh my God, thank you. Who like pants like a fucking dog. Like, you're surprised by this? Why are you fucking? This is almost as stupid as Laura being surprised that like she fucked her over. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, how dare she fuck me over? Laura, like, what did you expect, dude? She's kind of known for fucking people over. Like, what are you're surprised? Of all fucking people in the world, right? Laura and Tiffany, who both saw her for exactly who she was before they decided to become friends with her. Like, you should not be surprised by any of this shit. Like, that just shows me you just needed something to talk about at 4:00 in the morning for whatever fucking reason, Laura. You're a fucking loser. It was hard to see her like that. She does do fun shit, but that was not funny. No, it wasn't, Angel. You know, it was definitely weird. You know, she just kind of got quiet like at first, and then she started calling her husband and her son. Like, I personally think she might have just had a little panic attack, which happens to the best of us. Laura starts off her video. She can't listen to this because she can't stand her voice. Wait, you are bestie, and then plays the video anyway. I know, and then she does like zero commentary most of the time. She used to have fake Oni with fake accounts say they were on there to kill her and kill her family. Really? MGO called the police about a rat in her house. There you go. A mouse. Yeah, she called the police. This is the same woman that called 911 on a mouse, and you're like surprised that she would do anything like that. Like, come on. It doesn't shock me or surprise me whatsoever. She's like so fucking known for doing this kind of shit. You know, whether it was fake or not, I mean, I can't say. I'm not in her fucking body. Excuse me, I'm not in her body. But come on. So she's incoherent saying mommy, daddy, then drives herself to the hospital. Yeah. I mean, we all know what she does, dude. We all know. Listen, she threatened to, off herself one time because Science Girl came up on Diane's panel. I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, why the fuck are you surprised by any of this? And then the police show up at her house, right? Because her friends got concerned because she shut her phone off, and she wouldn't answer the call. So, like, the last thing they hear is her basically threatening to, S herself. And then all of a sudden, she turns her phone off and she won't answer any calls. So naturally, that's going to cause your friends to become concerned about you, right? She is totally fine. The cops show up there. She records them, posts it on her channel, and then from there on out acts like she was swatted, which that's not what happened. Like, that's not how it's, because she saw that, me and Starlight, when we were swatted by her best friend, we got like attention from that, you know what I'm saying? Which is like, trust me, dude, of all the things in the world that I would want attention for, that's definitely not one of the things I would want attention for. Like, that's not the kind of attention I personally would want. I don't really like love attention anyway, but I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like that kind of attention where people are like, oh, I'm so sorry, makeup pop star, I feel so bad for you. Like, I don't like that kind of attention, I don't like pity, and I don't like that kind of attention. But like, I think she saw that we were getting attention from that, and it like bothered her. So that whole situation, she tried to make it seem as if, she was getting that, to try to get that same type of attention. She tried to make it seem like she was in a similar situation, but that really wasn't what happened. The glare, here's the thing though, right? I believe you. Like, I agree. It probably was fake, right? Whatever it was. But what was it? That's what I want to know. Like, what was her explanation of what happened, actually? Like, did she say what it was, what actually happened? Because that's the one thing that I don't know, because I didn't see the follow-up live. and I didn't see, I didn't see anything. I don't watch her, so I don't really know. The only time I really see anything about her is on clip channels. And like once in a blue moon, like you did yesterday, somebody was talking about it in your Discord. So you went and you checked it out, like that's the only time I'll watch her is if somebody like texts me and they're like, oh, check this out. It's the only time I'll actually go to her fucking channel, or if she's fucking ripping on Tiffany, because it's just funny. I mean, anybody ripping on Tiffany is fucking entertainment for me, and vice versa. No one should point fingers at no one. Yeah. I've been so proud of us that left, me, you, Hummingbird, for holding back and not going hate bonding when she gets in fights. We stay out of it. Exactly. She said, I'm fine, and then I just black out and the doctors don't know what it is. What? That makes no sense. Yeah. Dude, I think she might have had like maybe like some weird pain or something, and she like just she's fucking histrionic, dude. That's what histrionic people do. They fucking overreact and make fucking dramatic situations out of nothing. Like she probably had a fart, dude. I mean, shit. I've thought I was having heart attacks at times, and that's all it was, with some gas. Oh, Life Rewinded sent me a clip.
Stories. I have to have this extra channel. You know what I'm saying? To just fucking jerk off on, Come to my face. Of course. For super chats, allegedly. Oh, of course.
For super chats, allegedly. Of course. Listen. Again, she's a medical anomaly because there's nothing fucking wrong with her. That's why. I'm gonna actually hold on. We're gonna look at this together. I'm gonna look this up right now. Narcissists and fake medical problems, because it is a thing. I read about it because my brother's wife fucking does the same thing. Like, she told my brother, okay, that she had not one ovary, which is possible, okay, but that she had a half of one ovary. That's all she had, okay, and that she couldn't get pregnant. So they go and do this like whole IVF thing. Now, I know many people who've done IVF and it's taken them fucking years to get pregnant, okay? This bitch with her fucking supposed half ovary gets pregnant like the first treatment, okay? Which tells me that she lied and she didn't really need IVF, but she had to go along with her lie, because like it would be very hard for you to get pregnant with a half of one ovary. Not 1.5 ovaries, not one ovary. She told my brother she had 1/2 of one ovary, and that's it. Okay. So, and she's like in her 40s, but yet she just miraculously got pregnant like the first fucking try. Okay, bitch. So, but she also like, she had, I think she's like a pill seeker. So she's going to the doctor all the time. Like, she went to the doctor while my mom was in the hospital for a fucking sinus infection, and somehow comes home with a prescription for painkillers, which I'm like, since when do they give painkillers for, for that? Okay, so hold on a second. Narcissistic personality disorder and fake health issues. Here, this is a thing. Like, this is a fucking thing. Okay, individuals who are high in narcissism may be more likely than others to fake being seriously ill or to fabricate a health scare. So there you go. Why narcissists may lie about their health. This is an article on Psychology Today, which is a reputable source, okay? Okay. Narcissists are known for their compulsive desire for attention and control. They often feel entitled to obtaining and maintaining power and the ability to influence others in all of their relationships, whether it be personal or private. Power is a fickle concept, as it doesn't need to be intentionally or consciously surrendered. Disturbingly, a narcissist can take control of others without explicit permission and simply through manipulation. The vast majority of those high in narcissism prefer exploitative relationships. Exploitative relationships exist to serve the narcissist, fulfill their desires, and simply keep them and them alone happy. Some narcissists go to extreme lengths to establish or maintain relationships that are self-serving, even if that means lying about their health or survival. Deception is the name of the game for many narcissists. It is defined as the ability to lie successfully and effectively. Narcissists are often experts at deception. No one can tell they are no one can I'm sorry. Not only can they create a scenario and narrative, but they could play the part perfectly from beginning to end. Despite the immorality, health scares can fall into this category of deception. There are several categories of medical manipulation that are mental disorders, including factitious disorder. Factitious disorder is an umbrella term for more well-known situations such as Munchausen syndrome or Munchausen by proxy. Factitious disorder, I think I'm saying that right. Factitious disorders are generally born of the need for attention and sympathy. These people talk about their illness openly, go to appointments, and even start fundraisers for themselves. Unlike hypochondriacs, individuals with factitious disorders know they are not sick, they are just good liars who crave the spotlight. Narcissists master the art of malingering, fabricating an affliction for exaggerating a minor illness is used to seek attention, gain sympathy, or simply avoid responsibility. While almost anyone has feigned a fever or stomachache to leave work early, most people would consider it morally repugnant to cash in on a serious illness such as cancer. As a survivor of kidney cancer and someone who is being closely watched because it has metastasized, I am personally offended by people who lie about being sick, says Linda, 62, whoever the hell that is. Even though not all narcissists lie about their health, they are more likely to lie in general and less likely to feel guilty about deceiving others. Narcissistic behavior predominantly occurs in social settings to garner the most attention, influence, and encouragement. You know what? I hope my fucking thing's not muting me. All right. Thus, fabricating or exaggerating medical problems is fertile ground for narcissistic growth. In general, narcissists have very low ethical standards and transgress social norms. They are far more willing to cheat or steal and have relationships rife with distrust and infidelity. They may feel such a personal superiority that they have no qualms exploiting others to get ahead. This overwhelming entitlement also precludes anger, hostility, and violence. When the narcissist is ignored or does not get what they want, lying about a medical issue or exaggerating an actual situation can occur for several reasons. In some instances, there is just an addiction to lying and the rush of adrenaline that comes along with getting away with it. Okay. 3 common narcissistic reasons are to exert control over people, create a narrative or reputation, or to simply gain attention and belonging. So, I mean, here, this person right here, exerting control. After a painful breakup, Genevieve missed a call from her ex-girlfriend. A text message from the ex followed the missed call stating she had been diagnosed with breast cancer. She said he had been diagnosed right before our breakup, but that she didn't want to burden me with it, recalls Genevieve. I texted her back immediately within 2 minutes of her missed call and her text. She didn't answer because she was having people over. But it turned out that the cancer claim was simply an attempt to regain control over Genevieve's emotions and put the ex back into center stage. So they use it to manipulate, you know what I'm saying, and control people, or just to get attention. But that's basically it. I mean, I don't think I need to go on anymore. This is a long article, but I'm just saying, like, that's the basis of why these people do these things. It's attention, you know. Then mixed in with the narcissism, you have this histrionic person who's just kind of fucking known for doing these things. So, you know, nothing about it really surprises me. They just need to put her picture right next to these explanations. Ain't that the fucking truth? But this is like a real thing because I didn't know. I just like happened to read about it one time on something that I was reading about narcissists, and I was like, holy shit, because again, you know, my brother's wife, who I believe is narcissistic, she does these things. So they'll basically, you know, they'll just do this to fucking get attention, basically. I mean, I told you guys this. So when I was in her Patreon, right, spying basically, what was it, 2 years ago? It was right when COVID hit, right? And I can't tell you, like it was almost like she wanted to get COVID because of the attention that it would give her. It was really fucking weird because she even wanted attention for other people's COVID. So like every time somebody she knew, or like not even knew personally, but every time somebody would get COVID, she would post about it in her Patreon, and it would be like so dramatic, like, oh my God, I'm gutted. The coach of the Saints, of the New Orleans Saints, has COVID. Like, I'm gutted. You know, like she wanted the fucking attention. Or like her sisters, I'm not even fucking joking about this, right? Her sister's daughter's like fucking babysitter or some shit got it, and she was like, oh my God, I'm gutted. Like, you know, this person, I knew her my whole life and she was diagnosed with COVID. Like she wanted the attention by proxy, basically. Like she wanted people to be like, oh my God, Marissa, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Like she wanted that attention for other people's COVID, you know, because like it's whatever she could glom onto and make an issue for attention, she will fucking use it. That's what a narcissistic person with histrionic personality disorder will do. Everybody has narcissistic traits, you see, boss, but like, because in order to have a healthy ego, you have to have a little bit of narcissism, right? But there's a line, there's when it becomes like a problem, right? It's a pervasive pattern. So it's like it's throughout their whole entire life where they have it interferes with their lives. You know what I'm saying? To the point where it's just beyond the normal narcissism that everybody has, you know, like we all kind of have some narcissism in us in different areas in our life, right? But when it affects every area in your life and it basically is like your whole entire life, you know, you spend your whole entire life manipulating people. You spend your whole entire life trying to get attention. You spend your whole entire life fucking people over, deceiving people. That's when it becomes not just healthy narcissism, but a personality disorder. But it has to be over a long period of time. You know what I'm saying? You dirty bitch, you. Like COVID is AIDS or stage 4 cancer. Exactly. Like in the very beginning, though, she wanted that attention, you know. So it was like, how many times did this woman say she had COVID? You know, like, and she didn't leave her house. I mean, I don't think she, you know, she talks about Tiffany not leaving her house, which she doesn't. She's right in that, you know, Tiffany doesn't really leave her house except to go to the grocery store or to get cigarettes, right? Or to get weed. But, you know, MGL doesn't really leave her house all that much either. I mean, she does travel and stuff, but like for the most part, you know, she's home. I mean, we know this because she's live almost 24 hours a day, you know. So like, where was she catching COVID from during this lockdown, you know, where everybody was home and she wasn't traveling? She must have had COVID, like I heard 4 or 5 different times. Meanwhile, I didn't get it. Rarely does she leave that chair. Exactly. Oh no, I don't want to see that life rewinded. Mm-mm. Pity me, my husband's in the final stages of dementia and started the death phase. After that, there's just, I'm sorry, pugs. That shit's hard. Okay, it is considered well, it's not really considered a mental illness. I mean, I guess it is, but it's really more considered a personality disorder. It falls under the cluster B category of personality disorders. So these people have problems in their personalities with, you know, relationships and shit to that. Is it a mental disorder? Well, I guess technically, yeah, because, you know, a psychiatrist the whole thing is that there's really no mental treatment for narcissistic personality disorder, like, or any of the cluster B disorders. There's really nothing that a therapist could do. Most of the time, when these people seek therapy, it's to manipulate the therapist. Like, they're not seeking it out because they actually think that they need help. It's usually to manipulate either the therapist or some situation like a marriage or something, right? They'll go seek out mental marriage counseling, but it's so that they could, manipulate the counselor to manipulate their partner, into thinking that they're the problem. So it's like they really don't seek help. So is it a mental disorder that's treatable? No, not at all. I had it so bad, it was really terrified. At worst, I was steps away from oxygen, and a lot of people had it. I am a therapist, and it is very difficult to treat personality disorders, like borderline personality disorder, right? They will seek therapy, but like there's no treatment for borderline personality disorder. There's treatments for like the symptoms of borderline personality disorder, like some of the other things that come along with it, like the depression, um, anxiety, and stuff like that. But they can't actually treat the borderline personality disorder. Like, there's no medications. There's really no. I think there might be like a therapy that they have, but there's really no way to like cure somebody, so to speak, from like those disorders. Usually, therapy for those kinds of personality, we focus on providing support and education for family members. Exactly. Because that's the people that need it, because it's very, very hard. I just personally, like, I've read up on a lot of these things, and like, I'm not a sympathizer for these people at all, in case you guys can tell, for these people with these personality disorders. Does it suck that they have them? Yes. I could feel bad in that sense, because it's not like they asked, to have this disorder, but like, I'm not a sympathizer for what these people go through in life. Like, I would never tiptoe or walk on eggshells around these types of people just because they have a personality disorder. How people get hooked on benzos is beyond me. I take one and I'm tanked for days. Yeah, they're rough. Well, some people, life reminded, they just want to be knocked out. They just don't want to deal with life, and then that's why they get addicted to them. I have to say, I really did think we would come home after rehab, but that won't be happening. So he's not home with you right now, Pugs? That's just terrible to suffer like that, though. I mean, but like, again, this shit just doesn't surprise me that she's doing any of this, because she literally is just known for this. Like, this is her fucking thing. It really is. She does it all the time. If the attention's not on her, she finds a way to bring it back on her, whatever it is, and it doesn't surprise me that she drove herself to the hospital, because her husband was probably like, well, if you're fine enough to like go live 5 minutes later, like, why do you need to go to the hospital? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. The whole brain tumor thing, I even questioned, because like, I mean, again, I don't really watch her, but I started hearing about it around the time that she became friends with Tiffany. And like, Tiffany, if you're friends with her, then that that's like all she talks about is like, oh my God, I have a traumatic brain injury. And I like rotated my pelvis when I picked up a watering can, and I had to go to 7 weeks of therapy and relearn how to walk. I remember hearing that shit when she was like telling me, and like that story, the Dunkin' Donuts story. And I was like, what? 7 weeks of like I could tell she like exaggerated her, whatever the fuck happens to her, she exaggerates it a little bit too. Because like, that just doesn't even fucking make sense. You rotated your pelvis or dislocated some SI joint, whatever the fuck. I don't even know what that is. What the fuck is an SI joint? I don't know. But she's like, I needed 7 months. Oh, it was 7 months. 7 weeks. went to 7 months. Oh, you're not talking about her. She was like, yeah, 7 weeks of physical therapy. I had to relearn how to walk. Like, what? From picking up a watering can? Really? You know? And then somebody said recently that she was thinking of going to nursing school. She said that. And I'm like, girl, like, nursing is a physical fucking job. You're on your feet for like 12 plus hours a day. I mean, I guess depending on what type of nursing you're doing, but that's how most nurses, I mean, it's a pretty physically intense job. If you can't fucking pick up a watering can, you're going to be in trouble there. You know, if you rotate your fucking pelvis and dislocate your SI joint, whatever the fuck that is, you know, from picking up a watering can, then, you know, you're not going to fucking make it too far in nursing because nurses are required to like lift up heavy patients, be on their feet all day. It's very, very, very physically demanding job. You know, it's not just walking around and taking people's fucking temperatures and shit. Like, it's a very, very physically demanding job. I don't know how you rotate your pelvis, girl. She goes to nursing school. She could be her own best patient. Well, she's very like, when you talk to her, oh, that shit used to fucking drive me nuts, dude. Like, you would just be like, I have a headache. And she'd like try to give you like all this advice all the time. And it used to drive me nuts. She'd be like, go lay down and like put a fan on and rub some lavender oil on your feet. I'm like, what? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? How the fuck is lavender oil going to help a headache? Like, on my feet? I don't know. That's not exactly what she said, but she would say weird shit like that. You know, I'd be like, what? Like, but like sometimes you're just like complaining that you have a headache. And like, I don't need your advice. I dealt with migraine headaches as a child. Like, I know how to remedy a headache. It's pretty common. You know, I'll just pop some Advil. But like, she would always like, you know, bring it to like the fucking umpteenth degree. Or you'd be like, all right, you know, my back hurts. She'd be like, go get a heating pad and some muscle relaxers. Like, she'd have like this whole fucking thing. And I'm like, girl, I'm not asking you for medical advice. Like, you could just tell she's got a little Munchausen because she definitely has way too much medical knowledge for somebody, or at least she tries to make it sound like that. Could you imagine her being a nurse? Sit the fuck up. Sit the fuck up. I don't fucking care if your head hurts, bitch. Like, could you imagine that? Oh, no. I can't. I just can't. Listen, is today the 15th? What's today's date? Where's my phone at? Because I'm like, it's going to be a fucking shite show. All right. When this whole Summer Wells thing, yes, throwing ice cups at patients. Oh, all right. So tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's the anniversary of when this poor little girl went missing. I'm going to put a prediction out there. Okay. All these fucking bloodsuckers, these tragedy pimping bloodsuckers, are going to like put on the show of all shows tomorrow. Okay. It's going to be the competition for who cares about this girl the most. You know, all these different people think they own this fucking case and this little girl. And it's going to be just like her birthday, you know, where everybody's putting on this fucking show of care for this little girl, you know? So just prepare yourselves for this. Prepare yourselves. Tiffany's going to have a sermon at the Church of Tiffology, okay? She's going to be doing a prayer sermon on her channel with the fucking creepy, ethereal fucking pictures of this little girl that are so fucking weird. I'm sorry. That shit reminds me of like what they used to do with what's her name? JonBenet Ramsey. I don't know. Just put the picture of a little girl smiling. Why do we need to put like angel wings and clouds and princess crowns and all this fucking weird shit on the thumbnails of these pictures? It's so fucking weird to me. It's so fucking weird and creepy to me. I'm sorry. It's over the top, you know? Like, I get it. If you want to pray for her, I get it. That's totally fine. I'm not judging anybody for praying for her, you know? But like, they make these weird thumbnail pictures. Oh, I don't know anything about that Life Rewinded. I don't follow her. You know, like these fucking over the top pictures that are just like weird, you know? And then, so there'll be a prayer service there. MGL's gonna have like a bouncy house and fucking disco lights at her house, having a party, opening gifts up and shit. And then you'll have Betty, who's gonna be there at this prayer visual, right? With her fucking petting zoo, carnival rides, glow sticks, and like God knows what the fuck else. Popcorn machines. Maybe Mallory will under the popcorn machine, right? So Laura could have a fucking shit fit about it. But like, it's just all gonna be so fucking over the top. Because at the end of the day, if you want to pray for this little girl, you do so in the quietness of your own home, right? It doesn't need to be a fucking show on YouTube that's going to get you super chats and views. You know, prayer, the whole principle and theory behind prayer, right, is that it could work from anywhere. You know, you could pray at your church, you could pray at home, you could pray on your bed before you go to bed at night. You don't need to put a show on to pray for a little girl. You just don't need to do that. You know, you could pray silently. But this is going to be all for these people's egos tomorrow. It's going to be fucking Summer Wells Community Ego Day. Who could put on the biggest show that they care for her the most? It's fucking sickening. Just saying. Exactly. It's all exploitation. Yes, little Giblet. We just actually discussed that. Well, I saw it secondhand. Her vagina is the talk of the town. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. I want to punch her. My poor sister suffered from it. That bitch faked having it. I'm livid. What? Wait. So this whole time, that's almost as bad as faking that your boyfriend beat a baby out of you. But just saying. But so this whole time, she's been that like she doesn't really have cancer. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know much about this lady to begin with. So I didn't like really know much about her having or saying that she had cancer, but that's pretty fucking gross, dude. That's pretty fucking gross. Praying only makes you feel better. Can't fix dead kids. Well, that is true. Adrian needs to put on some muscle. Blank screen. Dude, listen, I'll tell you right now, my husband can pick me up, no problem. Like, no problem. And I've put on some weight and he can pick me up. It's a struggle a little bit, but he can pick me up. I mean, my husband's also bigger than me, so that helps. He's like twice my height. Yeah, he struggled. The struggle was real last night. Like, it took him and the son to like move her. I was like, damn, just saying. I didn't know it. Like, when you see her, you never really see them next to one another. I've never seen them next to each other. Like in that capacity, standing up. So like, I was like, wow, the size difference is immense. It's just immense. I'm so, oh my God, I'm so fucking mean. I'm going to hell. Oh. Yeah, he definitely needed some help. He's got to start working out, dude. He's got to do some squats, something. Yeah, he struggled just a little through that. He struggled. Like the son had to come in and like fucking lift her. Get her on the couch. Well, she pretty much walked to the couch. I mean, but still, he was definitely struggling. Yeah, he's tiny. I don't know how tall he is, but I do know in their wife swap episode, now mind you, she's wearing like those skyscraper heels that by that point in time were like fucking 10 years out of style. You guys know what I'm talking about. Skyscraper heels that are like super, super tall high heels with a platform in the front that are like way fucking out of style. But yeah, she was wearing those and she was like 3 inches or 4 inches taller than him. Now, mind you, those were probably like, I don't know, 4 to 6 inches. That's usually considered a skyscraper heel. Anything over like 4 inches, right? So, I mean, they might be around the same height. If I had to guess, he's like 5'6", 5'7". If I had to guess, probably about 5'6" or 7", which there's nothing wrong with. Listen, my grandfather was only like 5 feet tall. Like, that's Italian men for you, some of them, you know. I come from a very short family. That's why my son, it could go either way. Because my dad was 6'3", my mom was 5 feet tall, so like it could go, you know, it could go either way. I'm 5'4", and I'm by far the tallest girl in my family. Like when you see me in pictures with my cousins and shit, I'm like towering over everybody, and it's like really funny because I'm short. I'm actually short, and I look so tall compared to like my cousins because they're all like 5 foot. So I'm like, I got like a good 4 inches on all my cousins. I'm the tallest one. That's fucking hilarious. Found my way here via another creator. Really? Oh. I still think she's a beard. It's the only thing that makes sense. They have nothing in common. He's 10 times as smart as she is. And he has a career. You know what I think it could be, though, the glare? I remember when I first found her, and you might be right. I'm not saying you're not right, because you very well can be. When I first found her, okay, and she doxed me and shit. Now, this is going back to like 2018, right? Or 19. I obviously found her email and looked her up and shit. And I found this like Flickr account with all these pictures. Actually, I don't even know if I found this on my own, because there was this guy, James Hartline, who used to like fucking email the shit out of me and send me all these like links to things with her, right? So I don't know, whatever. It doesn't matter how I found it, how I got there, but I got there. And I'm going through these pictures, right? And there's this one picture, and at the bottom corner of the picture, it says sugardaddy.com, which means that she like saved it, like she posted it on that website and then saved it off the website to put it on this Flickr account, right? Yeah, he married down. Remember he said that? He like basically said that. So I think it's possible that's where he found her. Just saying. Because like I'm trying to like, how did they meet even? How did those two come together? You know? Megan laughs that people are finding you because of cracking cases. Oh, no one good in my opinion. Well, who is it, Brainworms? Share. Do share. I don't, you know, that's fine. Cracking cases, I really feel bad for them for what they're fucking going through, because the Lord's big bass mouth. So, but yeah, I mean, you know, that's my theory of how they met. I'm not, you know, sure if that's it, but like, why would you be on sugardaddy.com? Like, why? Just why? Like, right, Clara, like I'm trying to figure out the situation where those two people would come together. They have nothing in common. It's not like they met in college or school. So something brought them together, you know. It was online dating, but like, boy, do opposites attract in that situation. Like, because they couldn't be more opposite, that couple. They just can't be more opposite. She tells a story about how they met going out the doorway of a store and kind of ran into each other. Really? Really? Yeah, that was fucked up, Sarah. I'll tell you right now, if my husband ever fucking said shit like that to me, I would punch him in the ball sack. Just kidding. I wouldn't hit my husband, but I'm just saying that's fucked up. Like, my husband would never fucking say that. He's like, men marry down. I was like, wow, you're fucking that kind of, I gotta be honest with you, that whole conversation, there was like 2 conversations that they had that like really changed my opinion about him, because there was a point in time where I actually felt bad for the guy and thought he was just kind of like, like an innocent like victim in her bullshit. But I don't think I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's a nice guy. He seems, he's a very good father. I will say that to his son. He seems very involved in his son's, activities and his life and everything. So I do think he's a good person in that respect. But like saying something like that, just in general, just is so like, what's the word? Misogynistic. I don't know. It's very archaic way of thinking. Like it just kind of showed me that he kind of looks down on women in general. And that just kind of turned me off to him. Like I was like, ew. Like he's like, most men marry down. And I'm like, really? Like, I'm sorry you feel like that, but like, I don't think my husband feels like that, marries down. Like we both have our strengths and weaknesses. In our marriage, it's a balance. You know what I'm saying? Like there's things that he does that I don't do. There's things that I do that he doesn't do. Like, and we balance each other out. And that's, to me, what a marriage should be. It should be a healthy balance of things like that. You should never look down. I never looked at my husband's, he might not like be as good in English as I am, but he's like smarter in a lot of other ways that I'm an idiot. And, like he's really good at math. And shit like that. He's organized with his bills and money and shit, which I'm not, so I mean, but like what he's weak in, I'm strong in. What I'm strong in, you know what I'm saying? What I'm weak in, he's strong in. So we kind of balance each other out in that way. No, they never travel together, Clara. It's very weird. I thought the video that was played was awful. I didn't believe it, so I came to sub. Oh, okay. Yeah, but she didn't talk about me in the video. So how'd you get here to my video from her video? What did that shit stirrer say? What is that? Wait, what? What did that shit stirrer send me a screenshot? I'm fed up with her. She may have got better little school shootings than her calling in. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, that's a little scary. Listen, can people change? Yeah, they can. I don't want to judge. If people judged me on my behavior when I was like 18 or 19, they might fucking have a totally different opinion of me. That's extreme. I mean, I never did anything like that, but or even close to that. But I don't necessarily want to judge people based on their past behavior, unless like somebody like Bullhorn Betty, like this woman hasn't changed. You know what I'm saying? Her behavior today is just as horrific as it was. She might have, she might not be choking people anymore, but that we know of, but like she's still carrying out negative behavior right before our eyes, harassing people and just totally fucking insane. I mean, my channel name was on the screen. You probably came from I know who's. Yeah, she's an asshole. Cackles over there. Did anybody hear Emil say the best moment of your life is when I went to protest in front of CPS? Really? Wow, that's sad. Yeah, life rewinded. We'll talk about that. Just it's a long story, but I gotta get some shit together and then we'll talk about that. Calling, she said, right? Ugh. She said she regretted getting married and having her kid. Who said that? What? She regretted having her kid? That's fucking awful to say. My son is the best fucking thing that's ever happened to me. That is awful. My son, seriously, my life would be, I don't even know what my life would be without him in my life. Like, I can't even think of that. It makes me physically ill to think of that. No sweat. I think it's troll trying to amp you up. Oh, I know exactly what it is, Life Rewinded. We'll talk about it. I'm not going to draw more attention to it because that person was, Laura's clearly being a piece of shit. So she can't handle a little shit talking. Poor Laura. She can't handle some criticism on the internet. Laura'll just jump on anything without having like a backstory. I will say that. You know what I'm saying? Like she knows. Actually, my bad. It's funny. She does know. She knows probably more than anybody. But she'll just like jump on something just to like try to paint a picture when she has like no information. She has maybe a little information, but you know, that's what Laura does because she's fucking pathetic and she's not intelligent enough to sit and criticize my personality because you can't. There's nothing Laura could say about my fucking character, okay, except for the lies that she says like that. I put out her personal business. That's a lie, okay? But there's nothing she could say about my character or anything that I've ever fucking done to her while we were friends that was shitty, right? Or that I continue to do to people. Hold on one second. Let me just grab this. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's not intelligent enough to do that. And there's nothing you can fucking say because I'm not a piece of shit. I don't sit on here and continue to fuck with people or be shitty to people. You know what I'm saying? So, like, she can't fucking do anything to me in that sense. So she's got to do the dirty shit to me. She's got to go dirty. That's what she does, dude. She's fucking pathetic. And I just laugh at her because, like, that's the best you got, Laura. Yawn, bitch. If that's the arrangement and that shit happened yesterday, if I'm Adrian, I'm saying this wasn't part of the agreement, lady. I can't be called down here doing heavy lifting. I do think. Could you just imagine the look on his fucking mom and dad's face when he brought her home? I wish I fucking was there for that. Like, Mom, Dad, meet my new girlfriend. Could you fucking imagine? Because I can't. Yay! I got a new mold. Like, could you fucking imagine that? How that shit went down? That first meeting of the fucking parents and everything. Fired up as rapper sounds. I'm just opening my Amazon package. Wow, Amazon's early. They're usually pretty late. Dude, how fucking awesome is one-day shipping? For real. It's fucking so cool that you could do that. Ugh, I love you, Amazon. I love you, Amazon. Can't wait to try that. I got a DIY video that I'll hopefully have done. I'm trying to think. I've been thinking about just doing like an entire channel just dedicated to DIY shit because this channel is like blown. Like this popsicle stand is blown. But I could make another channel and then like monetize it off this channel. But like this channel is just like gutter. Like it's no. You know, if I want to have like a real DIY channel, I have to make a separate channel. So I'm thinking of possibly doing that. You know, just putting all my DIY videos and then any future ones on a separate channel just because like this is just not it. You know what I'm saying? This ain't it. This fucking ain't it. You know, people could come here, find a DIY video, but then like they're gonna just see a bunch of lives of me talking about random shit. You know, it's almost as foolish as Laura thinking that she's gonna have a fucking true crime channel on a channel where all she does is do drama. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, nobody's gonna take you seriously. Look at any of the big YouTubers and how they do their channels. They don't have the drama on their channels, dude. I mean, some of them do, obviously, but like those channels are known for that. But like, you know, it's just stupid. Oh, all right. Hold on, Novemberine. I gotta find my phone. I don't know where it is. I'm gonna head to bed. Daughter has a play at 2:35. Ooh. Dude, I haven't been to anything of my son's school. They won't let us come there ever. So fucking annoying. All right, let me see. I click and you're saying you love Amazon. Oh my God, chick, you and your crazy conspiracies. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. We're gonna get into all that November rain. It's just gonna I just need to I need to put some things together. 'Cause it's actually a pretty funny fucking story, if you ask me. And such bullshit. Laura was so mean to that cracking cases guy. But that bitch shouldn't talk. That's all I'll say. You're fucking worried about me. You called in bomb threats and shit. So you should probably shut the fuck up. Just saying. Our schools are almost back to normal. Ours aren't. Ours are not. Ours are not. Amazon has ruined all mom and pop stores. I don't think so. I think that online business is actually, I think the mom and pop store is actually bigger than ever now because it's really online though now. It's not so much on, you know, brick and mortar stores, but a lot of people are selling handmade shit and small businesses I think are bigger than ever now, to be quite honest with you. No, I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't know November 8. I thought they were fighting, so whatever. They pulled up, were handed a box, and waved that. That was it. Here's the thing though with Amazon, it's because there's things that you could get on Amazon. Like if I could go to a store and physically buy something, I'd rather do that. But with Amazon, there's things like I needed titanium dioxide because I'm making these cement things and it's a white pigment, right? There's no store that sells that. I have to order it on Amazon. Like, I mean, I could order it from another website, but like why wait a week and a half to have it shipped to my house when I could get it in 2 days or a day, but if there's something that I could go and buy at a store, then by all means I always go to the store first, but there's just certain things that I just cannot buy at stores. They don't have them, so everything that I personally buy off of Amazon is things that I can't get at a store. I typically never buy anything that I can't buy in a store. But small businesses to me are bigger than ever now because there's so much more access to things that we didn't have before. Like, for instance, like what I'm doing, I again would never be able to buy titanium dioxide anywhere. So I need to buy it, somewhere. I would never be able to do what I'm doing if Amazon didn't exist. I do see things collapsing, chick, but I also see other things building. You know what I'm saying? It's not just like they're taking away and then that's it. There's other things that are building. There's a lot more opportunities for small people like me, right? Who are home, who want to make money. I can't really go back to work because I don't have somebody to watch my kids. So I now have the ability to do things that I can, I'm capable of doing from home and then turning that into a business. And I probably otherwise wouldn't have that ability without websites like Amazon. So here in the city, I've had people steal my Amazon deliveries. No way. Amazon replaced them. Yeah, they're pretty good about backing their shit up. I mean, the small mom and pop shops, it's hard. It's been hard for them to survive just from the internet existing for years, but now people are able to actually work from their homes and you don't even need all the overhead of a brick and mortar store. Like what honestly, that's better for the small business in my opinion. You could work from home, you're not paying rent, you're not paying all this overhead that you would pay by having a brick and mortar store or having to go somewhere and sell your products. You just have a website, you can market yourself on social media and sell your products that way. So to me, it's like helping out the mom and pop shops. It's the new mom and pop shops, the old mom and pop shops. pop shops in the brick and mortar sense are, going away, but they're opening up in other places. So it's not like the whole business is just gone. I've never had a package stolen. That's fucking crazy. I did though one time have an empty package. Like the Amazon person hands me the fucking envelope and the thing was completely empty. There was nothing in it. I'm like, where's my item? And they sent it to me, no problem, no questions asked. I went on there, I filled out the little thing, and they sent it to me like the next day. So I got Prime. I don't like it. I love it. I had brick and mortar for years. Luckily now it's all online, so much easier. Like, yeah, Rachel, somebody who's crafty, right? You don't have to go to craft shows now. You don't have to like take time away from your family necessarily and sit on a fucking, somewhere for a whole weekend and, in the shitty weather and stuff. It's like you can do everything online now. So here's a conspiracy. Amazon made billions during COVID and will continue. Well, yeah, they will. I'm home right now managing 2 countries right now for my kitchen table. Love the net for business. Mom and pop shops have been going over since Walmart stores showed up everywhere. And that's also true, Gwen. Like all like the big box stores that we have now, like back in the day, right? You would go to your little corner hardware store and get your whatever you needed for your house. Then Home Depot came around and all the little mom and pop shop hardware stores started disappearing. Home Depot, Lowe's, they took over. Same thing with Walmarts and Targets and, all those stores. That's just the evolution of our, the business world, and things are just changing now. We're in another shift of things changing. It is sad. Like, don't get me wrong. It is sad. I walk into the mall and like, there's so many empty stores in the mall and shit. And it is sad in that sense, because I do like the experience of shopping and going into a store and, physically touching items. Like there's just some shit that I just don't like to order online, because I want to see it with my own eyes, like clothes. I'm not really big in like the only time I'll ever order like shoes or clothes or something online is if I go in the store and they just like don't have my size or whatever, then I'll order it online. But like, same thing with like furniture. Like I'd rather go into a store and like physically like see the furniture, sit on it, see if it's comfortable. Like I would never be able to order a couch or a mattress or something just solely off of, online. I'd rather go to a furniture store and like see the furniture with my own eyes. But like those types of things, I definitely like makeup too. I don't know how people shop online for makeup. It's very hard for me. I feel like I need to go in. I need to see the makeup with my own eyes, and really see what I'm dealing with, swatch it and shit, I mean, unless it's like, again, an item that I went into the store and I couldn't find and I'll order it online. But like, I don't know. There's certain things I won't buy online, but there's a lot of things that I just can't, no matter what, can't find in the stores, so I have no choice but to order it online. Or there's times where you can find something in the store, but they might not have the quantity that you need in the store, and the price might be the issue why you would order it on Amazon versus the store. So it really depends. It does. I mean, it's just, but that's the other thing. Amazon's also employing tons of people. I mean, out here our Amazon orders don't come from, the mailman anymore. Amazon has their own trucks here and they deliver, and they created thousands of jobs for people here. So, I mean, that's a good thing. You got all these delivery truck drivers that weren't driving before and probably weren't working that now have jobs. I don't know how they treat their employees, Chick, because I never worked for them. So I can't say. You could, I don't take, I mean, people online might be disgruntled. I don't know. I don't know. They could just be disgruntled because they suck. Like, you know what I'm saying? It would be up to each and every. Here's the thing with conspiracies, chick, right? You can't believe everything that you see, and it goes both ways. So if you believing the conspiracy, if you don't believe like the news, let's just say, you also have to like approach everything online with that same amount of skepticism. So if you're going to like one of these, websites where they're talking about all these like conspiracies, like, oh, it's a hoax, it's a distraction, you also have to approach those with the same amount of skepticism, because like, who knows if those people are telling the truth. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a conspiracy person. I'm just not. I was watching, why use the word conspiracy? I don't know. I don't know what you want me to call it. I don't know what else you want me to call it. You definitely have a conspiracy mind, chick. You come in here and you definitely say a lot of things that make me think that you're a conspiracy theorist. Like the thing, okay, for instance, here's an example. You came in here a couple weeks ago and you were trying to convince me that fucking Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, that there was some type of conspiracy going on during the trial where they were signaling each other with these, hand signals. Like, to me, that's a conspiracy. I don't know what else to like refer to it as, but that's a conspiracy in my book. I don't believe that. I don't believe that they're in on this together, like trying to hand signal each other and, having matching cups or whatever, to me, that's like kind of conspiracy-ish, but I don't know what else to call it. That's what I'm saying. I don't know where you're coming up with this information, that you're saying about Amazon. So like, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know what else to call it except for a conspiracy. I guess that's the best way I could explain it. I don't buy into conspiracies because I feel like you have to approach everything with the same amount of skepticism. Do I believe everything I hear on the news? No, absolutely not. But when I hear people saying things like, oh, the school shooting didn't happen, it's just a distraction, it's fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, there's no fucking need for the government to like distract us with things like that. Like, it's so stupid. And I've heard, and I'm not saying you, chick, I'm saying this is just in general from people, even in my real life, that say shit like that. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, why would the government need to distract us, from whatever the fuck, whatever it is? What exactly are they distracting us from, She did dress like him, but do I think they were hand signaling? No, I don't. That is what they're called. No offense. I'm a little bit of a conspiracy person myself. I like to see other perspectives, but I don't believe everything. Sometimes those conspiracies have actually been true. Yeah, I'm sure in some cases they've been true, but like, there's a lot of them that are just so fucking over the top, dude. So over the top that it's just like, come on, dude. That shit's, like, if you want to fucking piss me off, talk about a 9/11 conspiracy to me, because that shit fucking, whoa, that shit just gets me angry. Like, it's fucking stupid. All of it. Amazon isn't a conspiracy. They don't pay taxes and so on. Well, to me, it is right now because I have no proof that they don't pay taxes. You know what I'm saying, chick? Like, I don't know that to be a fact. If they don't, there has to be some type of reason why. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd have to investigate that. So to me right now, it sounds like a conspiracy because I've never heard that. Slightly obsessed with the Kennedy assassination, both JFK, RFK conspiracy. And listen, there's nothing wrong with looking into different conspiracies, and like, I believe you should look at all the possibilities of things, because I do believe in some situations there's things that are cover-ups and shit like that, like, but like, it's not everything is a conspiracy. There's people out there who fucking just blindly believe every conspiracy without doing any of their own research. You know what I'm saying? That's the people I'm talking about. That just like completely don't even fucking look into it or consider the one side as being factual. You know, they just like buy into it because maybe somebody that they trust on the internet said it, you know, so they're like, it has to be true. And that's bullshit. Cause like for me, I don't believe everything that I'm told by the news. And I also don't believe everything that I'm told by people who believe in conspiracies, you know? So there's like, usually the truth is somewhere in the middle, is all I'm saying. They get, so wait, but Chick, which one is it? Do they not pay taxes or do they get tax breaks? Because those are two different things. It's all right, Hummingbird. We're all right. We're just talking about conspiracies. To say parents of that, see, like that kind of shit, Catherine, right there. That shit pisses me off. With no fucking proof, people say that, you know, and that's just not okay. Because what if they're not, you know? Well, most likely they're not, but I'm just saying, like, you know, people will be like, oh, they're only doing these school shootings because there's a NRA meeting, and you know, it's just like, all right, dude, really? Come on. You don't believe that these things happen? Tax breaks. Okay, so that's different than from no taxes, from paying no taxes. Many companies get tax breaks. I will say Alex Jones. Oh, fuck Alex Jones. Yeah, he's an asshole. I don't care for that fucking asshole at all. I really don't. He's the one who started all the 9/11 conspiracies. Like, dude, I live in New York, okay? I know many people who were down at Ground Zero, who went through it. And I'm not talking about, like, there's all different conspiracies for 9/11, but, like, there's just, like, the fucking CGI plane conspiracies. Those people just need to fucking, I don't know. I don't wish harm on people, but they need to get their fucking heads examined or something because, like, dude, there's no way that was CGI. There was billions of fucking witnesses to this shit, you know? Hologram planes. Get the fuck out of here. That shit's crazy. That shit's all way above and beyond, you know? I can't with Jeff Bezos and his spaceship. I don't know who that is. Alex Jones is a fucking piece of shit. Like, fucking loser. You know, but they're like, there's all these, like, dude, there's no CGI planes, okay? There's millions of people. You're telling me that millions of people in New York State were, you know, you're not just talking, like, I've told you guys this before, but, like, you could see the Twin Towers. Well, you were able to see them, but even the Freedom Tower, you don't understand the visibility of that building in New York, okay? And how many different places in New York you could see that building from. When you start driving, like on Long Island, when you start driving towards the city, once you hit a certain point in Queens, you know, depending on which highway you were on, but most of the highways, you could see those buildings for miles and miles and miles and miles, right? From many different places in the city. So to say that, like, CGI planes is just ridiculous. Not only from the city, but also from Jersey. You're talking the whole, like, surrounding area that goes around the city. You could see those buildings. Like, I don't think people who don't live here understand the visibility of those buildings. That there's no way that shit could have been faked in any way. There's millions of fucking people that were out on the streets. Like, when you go to Manhattan on any given day, there's millions of people walking around the streets, okay? And those buildings are visible from pretty much almost every fucking street in Manhattan, you know, depending on where you are. But, like, there, you know, if you're in a building, you could see them. If you're on the street, there's certain areas where you could see the Twin Towers through, you know, for blocks and blocks and blocks. I mean, obviously there's going to be points where they're blocked by buildings that you're walking next to, but, you know, there's also streets that you could look down and see the buildings because they're the tallest buildings down in that area, okay, where the buildings in the lower, you know, part of the city, the more southern area of the city are very short. You know, most of the tall buildings are on the upper east side. So when you go down into the southern area of Manhattan, like downtown, it's a lot of smaller buildings. And so those buildings are extremely visible from downtown areas, like south of Canal Street. So it's like not just within the city itself, but all the surrounding areas. You've got Brooklyn. You could see those buildings from Brooklyn. You could see those buildings from Queens. You could even see them from Nassau in certain areas. So if you're in Long Beach, which is in Nassau County, you could see those buildings. That's how fucking big they are. I don't think people like even understand how fucking tall those buildings were and how much they stick out from the rest of the city. So it's like ridiculous for people to even suggest that that shit was fake. It's just absolutely absurd. Planes hit the towers, but I don't think a plane hit the Pentagon. I do think a plane hit the Pentagon. And a lot of people criticize, and I'll tell you exactly what happened with the Pentagon footage, because everybody's like, oh my God, the footage is so skippy and da 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 da. Here's the deal with security footage. When they put, it's called frames per second, okay? When you film, and people should know this now, because if you go on your iPhone, you could actually change this on your iPhone. It's a setting, you know, right on your camera screen, where you see up in the left-hand corner, when you're taking a video, it'll say HD, and then it'll say 30 FPS. You could go to 60 FPS, you know, and then if you're doing slow motion, it's like different, but that's called frames per second. Okay. The higher your frame rate, right? So let's just say 60 frames per second, the more space that it's going to take up on a hard drive. So security footage typically runs around like 12 frames per second, 8 frames per second. Like they lower it way, way, way down. So what happens, and that's why it looks so skippy on the footage, is because where you see the plane. Now you got to think about how fast a fucking plane is traveling. Okay. And then you got to think of the frames per second. So the frames per second are traveling. Say if there's, all right, so 20 frames per second or 30 frames per second is what your iPhone records in standard, right? If you're in HD. So that means that the camera, okay, picture it as a regular camera. It's taking 30 pictures within a second, okay? When you slow that frame rate down to 8 per second, and then you think of the speed of a plane and how fast that would be traveling, you're only going to see a flash, a frame of the plane, or maybe 2 if you're lucky, in that footage that slowed all the way fucking down to 8 per second. You're going to only see like a flash. A person's going to look skippy walking in that. A car is going to look skippy driving through that. But a plane traveling at the speed that it would be is only going to maybe be in a frame or 2, and then it's out. And that's why the footage looks the way that it is. And that's like the most logical, easy explanation, but people are like, it disappears. They're like, it disappears. But if you watch the footage and you watch people or anything else moving in the footage, you could see it's skipping, because that's what they do with a lot of security footage, is they slow it down to like 8 frames per second, 8 frames per second or 12 frames per second, because it takes up less space. If you have to, that's why a lot of security footage gets taped over, because it's an exorbitant amount of space that it takes up. Footage, any kind of video footage, right? So, you know, slowing it down is going to make the quality less, right? When you slow it down to 8 frames per second, you're going to get less quality, which is why a lot of security footage is kind of grainy and unclear, you know, but they have to do that because of the amount of time that it's recording for. So like there's like a fucking very simple logical explanation for that footage, but people are like, it disappears. The plane disappears at the Pentagon, and that's just not the case. See, and most people don't understand that, but if you do videos like I do, it makes perfect sense to me. Picture, all right, this is the best way I could explain it to you guys. Picture a flip book, right? Picture a flip book. Remember those old school flip books that you flip and it makes the person look like they're moving, like a stick figure, you know? And the faster you flip through the pages, the more it looks like the person's walking smoothly, right? When you flip through the pages slowly, it just looks like a bunch of drawings on different pages. You know what I'm saying? And it's more it's more like the animation isn't as smooth, right? So when you go through it faster, right? When you flip through those pages and you flip through 30 pages per second, it's going to look more smooth than if you skip through 3 pages per second, right? It's not going to look like an animation. That's like the most simplistic form that I could put it in for you guys to make you understand how this works. The Pentagon footage, right? The plane going through the Pentagon. Let me see if I can find it. So maybe I can help you make a little bit more sense of this. Hold on. 9/11. Pentagon footage. All right. I gotta go into videos. Hold on a second. The security here it is. All right. It's not like, it's so hard to explain this if you don't like edit videos. It's kind of hard to make people understand this, and it is a weird concept, but this is just how videos work. A video isn't actually recording. It's a camera, right? Taking a bunch of pictures, snapshots at a time. All right. So 30 snapshots, like regular pictures, right? Like you would with a point and shoot camera. It's just taking a lot of them at a time. And that's why it's moving so fast, taking those pictures in such a rapid succession. And that's how you get a smooth video where it looks like we're actually walking and moving, you know? But if you take one picture, it's just still. If you take 50 pictures per second, there's going to be a succession of movement in that second. And then when you string it all together, you know, it makes a movie. That's how it works. That's how video footage works. All right, hold on. Let me share this. Let me show you guys. So this is the footage, I hope, from the Pentagon that day. Let me get this off here. All right. A lot of people have shit to say about this footage because watch how the plane comes in and how choppy it is. Maybe skippy is the wrong word. You see how it's choppy and you really can't see the plane? That is because the frame rate on this video, and it's so obvious when you're watching it because you can see how the smoke is moving. See how choppy the smoke is? How it's like, it looks like there's like, it pauses and then it moves and then it pauses and then it moves. That's because the frame rate on this footage is like probably 8 FPS, which is 8 frames per second, which means that the camera's taking 8 pictures every second. Normal video footage, like a movie, is like 30 frames per second. Like your iPhone, when you take a video on your iPhone, it takes 30 pictures per second. Okay. And that's how it creates that smooth motion. You know, obviously you're not taking a 1 second video. You're taking like 4-minute video. That's how many, you can figure out how many frames there are if you just do 30, times whatever. And you can figure out how many pictures were taken in that time. And that's how videos are made. It's just a bunch of still pictures stitched together to make it look like a motion, just like one of those little motion books that you flip through with your thumb. Okay. So this footage, people are like, you don't even see the plane. Well, the plane is moving at probably like 100 miles an hour. And then you have 8-second fucking frame rate on this video, or 12 seconds or whatever they have it slowed down to. It's obviously extremely slow. You could tell by looking at the explosion, the smoke. So people are like, the plane disappeared. Of course it fucking disappeared. It hit something. It blew up into smithereens. I mean, I don't know. I don't get all the conspiracy. It hit a fucking brick wall. Of course it fucking disappeared, So like, that's why you don't see the plane here, is because it's moving so fast that the camera didn't even have fucking time to capture it, because the plane could have passed by this little frame right here, within a fucking nanosecond, that the fucking camera wasn't taking a picture, because it's only taking 8 pictures per second. I don't know how else to explain it to make it sound any easier, but that's like the simplest explanation for this footage. But like people who don't understand that, and I didn't even understand it when I first saw this footage years ago. I was like, what the fuck? But now I understand it because I understand frame rates and like how for security footage, it's very low frame rate because of the amount of space that it takes up. If you have a more high quality video, like an HD video, it's going to take up more space when you save it on your hard drive, you know? So they have to lower it down. This camera's on 24 hours a fucking day. I mean, their servers can only hold so much, you know? So, especially at this time, this is in the early 2000s, guys. Like when digital recording, and I don't even know if this was digitally recorded, but I would assume at the Pentagon it probably was. Digital recording was in like its fucking infancy in 2001. So, I mean, it makes total sense if you understand. There's no conspiracy behind this video. Like, there's just none. The plane also is moving so fast. Like, that was another thing. People are like, the plane's disappeared. Dude, do you understand what a plane is made of? It's literally like tinfoil. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not much to a plane. They have to be pretty lightweight in order to fly, right? So, like, yeah, it looks like a big, heavy object to us. But when it's traveling at fucking 500 miles an hour and it hits something, the plane's going to disintegrate into fucking shit. Nothing. It exploded. There's jet fuel in there. Like, what's so fucking hard and unbelievable about that? I don't know. It's just mind boggling. Do you know how impossible for a huge plane to hit that angle that low? Never going to happen. I don't think it's impossible. They land, right? Don't planes land? I don't think that's impossible at all. Have you ever? I mean, I've watched planes landing. There's a pretty big field in that area. I flew out. So did I, Nana. Not right after, but within like because I flights were canceled for quite a while. I flew out that January. It was scary, to say the least. Either way, you know, no matter what you believe what you want. I just encourage you that, like, if you really I looked into, like, all these 9/11 conspiracies years ago when my mom was in the hospital sick and I was sitting there for fucking hours while she was sleeping. I, like, got into, like, all these conspiracies, and, like, a lot of them could be very easily disproven. Yeah, 1 ton of jet fuel in each wing. It's a lot. Jet fuel is, like, highly, highly, highly flammable. Highly flammable. In fact, I'm surprised that, like, you know, there's a whole conspiracy, like the building shouldn't have fell down. That's all disproven too. They very much should have fucking fell down. I'm surprised they didn't fall down quicker, to be quite honest with you. China plane dropped straight down from 20K feet. Still plane parts and bodies everywhere. Yeah, but see, you have to look at the velocity. If a plane is traveling straight down, okay, versus a plane coming in at an angle, like there's dynamics and speed that come into play. You know, you don't know what speed that plane was going when it dropped straight down versus the plane that's cutting through on an angle and how fast that was going, you know, so you have to look into that. That's what I'm saying. Like, people have to really look into all the different situations, because you can't just compare it to one situation and be like, well, in this situation it happened, because there's so many different variables that come into play in each situation. It's all right, B-Fergs. Landing is the hardest part of letting a play. These people took lessons for 2 weeks. Impossible. Or so they said. I don't know. Well, we also don't know if the pilots were still, you know, alive at this point in time. I don't know much about the plane itself that hit the Pentagon, like what was happening on that plane as far as the hostage situation, who was flying, who wasn't flying. I really don't know much about that specific plane. Straight down, it disintegrated. The Titanic was built not to sink. It happens. Who knows? I mean, on a live CK where she told her to stay the fuck away from her and lose her number. Who's that, UC boss? Well, clearly they didn't land it too good. I mean, they crashed into the building. I don't know if I would consider that a landing per se, as much as a downward acceleration. Voices. Where was she? What is that lady's channel? Voices for the voiceless. All I'm saying is if you're into this kind of shit, like I'm not, listen, I know what happened that day. I believe what I believe. Everybody could believe what they want to believe about it. It's just I encourage you to like really do your fucking homework about things. Read the 9/11 report. You know what I'm saying? Read the whole entire fucking report for the day and watch videos about other people talking about it, experienced pilots, and you know what I'm saying? Don't just because somebody said something believe it. Do your own research into it as much as you can. Obviously, there's only so much you could do, but just try to do some research to make some sense of it. That's all I'm saying. There is still evidence of the Titanic. Well, yeah, the Titanic's a boat, though. I mean, it hit an iceberg and just went down. Of course, the evidence is still going to be there. It's traveling extremely slow. The boat was, there for a certain amount of time before it actually sunk. I mean, they had hours. So, I mean, it wasn't traveling fast enough where it hit the iceberg and disintegrated. I mean, you have to take physics into account. I remember the name Todd Bieber, a passenger who got the other passengers to overtake the PA-911 crash. He said, "Let's roll." I didn't see that movie, but I watched some, documentaries about that. Okay, no fighting in the chat. I don't want people fighting about this. There's also not tons of jet fuel on the Titanic. I think they ran the Titanic on coal. So, you got a whole bunch of, again, different variables of things going on there that, of course, the outcome is going to be different. Just like a car crash, every car crash is different. You know what I'm saying? Like, it depends on the speed that you're going. It depends on, what you're hitting. Obviously, if you hit another moving vehicle, it's going to be different than if you hit a fucking parked vehicle. There's so many different variables that come into play there. A plane anywhere near the Pentagon would have been shot down, especially after the second tower was hit. Or so they think, Those planes were not like the radar. These people turn the radar off. Once the radar is off, how do you scramble jets to find a plane that's not on the radar? They turned the radar off first and foremost. All of those planes got completely lost on radar that day. So that was the first thing they did when they hijacked the planes is they take them off the radar so that they can't be found. So even a military jet is going to have trouble finding a plane that's not on the radar. And they did scramble jets that day. They just never reached, like that's the other thing. People are like, they would have shot the planes down or they shot the plane down. Why wouldn't they tell us that? I mean, if it's to save, honestly, if the plane's headed for the White House or, a building where there's thousands of people and they have to sacrifice the lives of, 100 people on a plane. I mean, I think the public would understand that, hundreds versus thousands. Like, there's conspiracies out there that people are like, they shot the planes down and they didn't tell us. Like, why wouldn't they tell us? Look at the TWA flight. Okay, that happened right here in Mastic, where I'm out there all the time. And there's a beach. The TWA flight, there is no fucking explanation. They still don't know why that plane just exploded in the fucking air. They have no idea what happened because there's like no evidence for of anything. So weirder things have happened with planes. You just have to, look into it. They still don't understand what happened. I mean, I don't understand, that's the thing. Why would they lie about one plane and then like not the others? It just doesn't make any sense to me. That's all. The Pentagon plane. I don't like why would they lie about the Pentagon? I just and then not the other planes. Like I don't see what the motive is. I mean, you can see the plane in the footage. It just goes by so fucking fast, and then there's an explosion. If it's broken down frame by frame. They still have not found. Yeah, there's planes that go missing all the fucking time. There's planes that crash and just fucking go missing. It really just depends, again, on the speed that the planes are traveling at when they crash and what they crash into and where they crash. Ugh, I shouldn't be talking about plane crashes right now because just not a good idea. I must ask Voices how she was able to get the collapsed towers. Perhaps Laura would know she was working as a broker on Wall Street that day. Oh my God. Dude, you couldn't get anywhere near that shit for a very long time. So like that, I don't know. I just don't know about that whole story. I just don't know about it. I would assume like everybody that I know that worked on 9/11 that was down there, they have pictures. Like they have pictures because why wouldn't you, to be quite honest? If I went down there, I would have definitely brought my camera with me. I did bring my camera with me when I went down there in November of that year, which they pretty much, had the site was cleaned up, but like there was still fencing around the footprint, as they called it, of Ground Zero. But there was still shit everywhere around that area. It was crazy. Unfortunately, I lost my pictures because they were on a hard drive from an old ass computer that no longer fucking works. My brother has it, so I wouldn't even be able to get them. But what do you call it? Like I worked at a right when 9/11 happened, I was actually working at a fire. Well, I'm sorry, not when it happened, after it happened. That next year, I was working at a fire restoration place where I was just like a receptionist. It was just like a job I had while I was in college. And, I worked there as a receptionist, and all the guys that I worked with that would go out and they did the fire restoration, they were firemen and they were on Ground Zero and like they had pictures. It was fucking crazy. I got to see all their pictures from Ground Zero. But, yeah, I don't know. She has no proof, right, that she was there. I mean, you would have something. Voices creepy Joker smile creeps me out. My ex-husband was down there with search and rescue team for a week. I mean, they did have thousands and thousands of people helping. It was a huge search effort. It was so sad. Every day you would just wake up and watch the news and just like pray to God that they found just somebody. You know what I'm saying? And just like the fact that they didn't find anybody was just so fucking sad. Ugh, so sad. You just woke up and the fucking craziest thing was that cloud that just fucking sat over Manhattan for like weeks, dude. Weeks. I remember every morning on the news, I would wake up and they would show that fucking just cloud just sitting there of like shit. The air was like so fucking toxic. And there's so many people now. In fact, actually, one of the guys that I was just on away with on the hockey tournament that I went to, he was, 9/11. He has huge fucking breathing problems and he's young. He's like my age or maybe like a couple years older than me, and, his wife, I was talking to his wife that, hanging out with her and she was telling me that like so many of the guys that he worked with have died or, are diagnosed with cancer from being down there. It's so fucking sad. So sad. But but he's like disabled from that shit. My son was a senior in high school and already did his army basic training last summer. He left 3 days after. You know, Catherine, that's so crazy because, like, and thank you for his service too. A lot of the guys that I went to high school with that were like problematic or whatever, that just didn't have like direction, you know, at that time, right? Because I graduated in 1999. A lot of guys that I knew were going into the military either because, you know, their family didn't have money to put them through college. And so to them, it was like, we're not going to war. You know what I'm saying? Like all these guys, all these people I knew joined the military thinking like it's going to be this easy ride. You know, they'll get through basic training and boot camp and everything. And then they're going to have this easy ride, you know, do their whatever it is, 3 years, 4 years that they have to do and then be out and be fine. And then it just, I mean, there's a massive amount of people that I know that joined the military thinking we're not going to war and then ended up, you know, in the years following being sent away to Iraq, Afghanistan, and then having, you know, PTSD and just coming back and just not being the same. Like I remember so many of my friends coming home and just like there was just like this I can't even explain it. They were just not the same. Like they were not the same people that left that I knew when they left. And it was really fucking sad. And a lot of them got sucked into military careers. You know, my best friend's brother joined the military after 9/11, and he was older at that time. Had already done 4 years of college, but he wanted to fight, and he's still in the military to this day. But he had bad PTSD. I mean, he came home a few times from Iraq, and he was fucked up, dude. Like he was fucked up, you know. He saw his best friend from basic training. He went all through basic training with him, you know, rode all the way through it. And then they go to Iraq and he gets fucking shot in the head. And he had to go tell the parents, the family. It was fucked up. He was really fucked up from that for a long time. You know, these people aren't, when you go into like, I guess my whole point is that there were so many people that went into it unprepared, you know, to see that kind of thing because there was no war for how long, you know, that people were really being sent into like an actual war situation prior to that. So a lot of my friends went in just looking for that free ride, you know, to get through the military and have free college and everything. And then like the next thing they know, they're actually like dealing with, you know, people dying next to them and all this crazy shit that I just don't think they were prepared for. I told the recruiter that I wanted him to wait. That pre-listed my son ended up taking his life a year oh my God, are you serious? Oh my God, that's so sad. I'm sorry, Catherine. That's so sad, girl. That's what I'm saying. It's so fucked up. They really don't do enough for vets mental health wise. And I also think that there's a huge stigma attached to the mental health aspect of it in the military, where I feel like even with my friend, it took him years and years and years and years. And this other incident, which I'm not going to, you know, get into, but it was something that happened that was personal, to finally get him into therapy for this. You know, his behavior was just out of control because of the PTSD, you know, and it took so long to finally get him into some kind of therapy to deal with his like PTSD and everything like that. So, because it's kind of frowned upon while you're still, especially for those who are still enlisted in the military, like they really need to do more for the vets in that sense. Can we look up Amazon and their disgusting tax rates? Oh. Chick, as long as I get my package in fucking 24 hours, I don't give a shit about their taxes. I'm just kidding. A mother of a soldier explained it like her son was taken and put through a paper shredder and the military sent them back for his family to try and put the pieces back together. It's probably the best way to explain it. I told you guys I live across the street from a Iraq vet who was shot in the face and suffered from PTSD, and they're moving and I'm so sad. I'm like, honestly, like they're like family to me, you know. when we moved in, like they were outside and I watched this guy go through so much shit, and really turn his life around for the better. And I was so proud of him, to see that transformation, because when we first moved in, he was in bad shape. I mean, he barely came out of the house. And to see where he's at now, he really turned his life around. And and then he ended up getting cancer, and he's my age, and that was sad. He had lymphoma, I think. And anyway, he's all right now. He's in remission, I'm pretty sure. But it was, just to see him turn his life around, because I could see the PTSD in him. It was bad. He hid a lot in the house, but now he's working and he like got his life together. And it's just amazing to see the whole, transformation. And I feel like I went through it with him, like, not just him, his wife, we've cried together a million times. I'm so sad they're moving. I'm so sad. I don't even want to think about it. It's killing me. I'm like, I'm done getting attached to people. They'll leave me. They really have been like, I've been close with them, of all my neighbors, because a lot of the neighbors in my neighborhood have lived here for like 20, 30, 40 years even. And they're like kind of new, they only lived here, I think, a year or two before we moved in. And so like we made friends with them immediately. They were a young couple just like us. And it's just like, I'm so sad to see them moving. They're actually moving this like within the next 2 weeks. And I just like, I still haven't fully like accepted it. Like I just can't like imagine. As crazy as it is, knowing that he's a fucking Iraq veteran and that he was like a sniper, like makes me feel safe to know that he's across the street, like in case any shit went down. You know what I'm saying? Like if my husband's not home, I'm always like, where's my neighbor? And it makes me feel safe to know that he's there. And like, him moving, ugh, I'm just so sad. I'm so sad. I haven't fully like accepted it, and I don't think I will until like I see new cars there. You know what I'm saying? Ugh, I'm so sad about it. B Ferg, the answer is 0. Answer to what? Hold on, let me go up. He the one who had cancer? Yeah. Yep. The military spends so much time breaking these men down, but how much is put into rebuilding them? I would say not much. Now, don't get me wrong, they do send people he's had to support, It's just like he's not in the military anymore. I'm talking for not just the people that are no longer active duty, but the people that are active duty, like my friend's brother, like he's to fucking go seek out therapy while you're still in the military is like, I don't know, frowned upon, it seems, and it's crazy to me. They're moving to Florida, Ferg, so like they're gonna be like gone. Documentary called War Tour that makes you really angry to see how military doesn't take the mental health of our servicemen and women seriously. I have seen it firsthand here. You also have to, I do have to say though too, that the services I think are out there. I mean, this is how she's a military wife, my neighbor, so she's explained it to me. Like the services are there. It's like you have to also be proactive and take advantage of them, which I think a lot of men, mostly from the military, because it's like, oh, you look weak if you're going to therapy and admitting that there's something wrong with you, so you also have to be proactive in seeking out those services. The one thing that fucking bothers me though is like, and that's the reason that my neighbors are moving. He's on like lifetime disability from the military, right? Because he was shot. Excuse me. So like he's lucky in the sense where like he could work still, but like regular, government disability that you get, you could work, but there's limitations on it. For him, he could work because his disability isn't really government like regular disability. It's from the military, meaning that he's disabled from the military, that he can't continue to work in the military because of his disability. But he could have any job he wants outside of the military, right? So, and still get his disability from the military. But here's the problem, right? They moved in when they bought their house. It was right before the, market collapsed. And I do think they got a little break on their taxes, their property taxes from the military. But they've been upside down in their mortgage pretty much since they bought their house. That shit shouldn't happen because they're not living beyond their means in the sense that they bought a really, big, expensive house. It's a small 3-bedroom ranch, very small house. And it's like, why is it even a case where a military, somebody who served for our country can't afford their fucking house? That bothers me. I mean, does he get military discounts? Yeah, but like no military person should be upside down in a fucking mortgage and have to sell their house. That's the reason they're moving now, is because they've been behind in their mortgage for so long that they're going to try to just sell right now while the prices are super high, because they're never going to get this, money right now. Right now, the houses in my neighborhood are going for like 500, which is insane to me. Insane for the neighborhood and the fucking houses, because this isn't like this isn't the nicest of neighborhoods. I mean, it's an okay neighborhood, but like, I don't know, the neighborhood I grew up in is a lot nicer than this. The houses are nicer, people take better care of their properties and shit. Like, and I can only imagine what the houses, my mom's house would have sold for right now, had we sold it now. But yeah, they're just, they're trying to get out while they're could at least get some type of profit, a little, even a very little profit that they're getting from their house, and it's exactly crazy, Gemini. There should be no homeless vets. Like, they should have housing, or at least something towards their housing for the rest of their lives, especially if they were disabled by, their service. Like, I can't believe that that's even a situation. I mean, it's a modest house. It's not like they're living, you know what I'm saying? I can understand if there's an ex-vet that's living well beyond their means and driving super expensive cars. They live modestly, He's driving a modest car and the wife drives a modest car and they have one kid. And it's like, why are they even in a situation where they can't afford to live? It's crazy. That part really, really is sad to me, because it shouldn't be like that. This guy fucking, his face is literally like deformed because he was shot in the face and has to live with this for the rest of his fucking life. And you can't even pay for his fucking house? That's insane to me. Your housing market there is double what mine is here. Last week, I had to find us a new location, so I had to dig into your market some. It's expensive. Dude, it's insane, Ems. It's my house. We bought our house for like $290, I think, which was unheard of cheap on Long Island, okay? The houses in the twos are just fucking, that's just unheard of, right? But we bought right after the market crashed in 2009. We bought early 2009. So like the housing market crashed and the houses went down, and it was the seller's market at that point. I'm sorry, buyer's market at that point in time, right? Or do I have that backwards? Whatever. But the houses were so fucking cheap. My house now is worth almost $500,000. In the 10 years, it went up to $500,000, which is fucking insane. Like, but my husband and I are like, yeah, it would be nice to leave and make a, couple $100,000 profit, but we would just have to go buy another house. Okay. So there would go our profit. And then where are we going? My husband isn't going to retire for another 10 years. So it's like, where the fuck are we going? So I'm not moving. A lot of people in my neighborhood right now are out. I mean, there's fucking for sale signs everywhere and people are out, and the houses are going like hotcakes out here because people from the city, everybody's trying to get out of Manhattan right now in the city because it's like crazy there. So they're all coming out here and they're paying fucking, out their ass for a house that's not worth what they're paying for it. So there's gonna be another crash in another fucking couple of years, because you're gonna have the same situation you had, 10 years ago, where all these people are, buying these houses that are worth way more than they should be. They're getting financed for mortgages that they probably can't afford, although it is a little harder to get a mortgage now than it was 10 years ago. But, we're going to have the same situation where you're going to have all these people in these upside down mortgages fighting for their lives. It's going to happen again. Long Island's ridiculously expensive, CK. It's the property, not just the houses themselves, but the property taxes. I mean, my mom also, I grew up in a modest home, a ranch, 3-bedroom ranch. It was a little bigger than the ranch my neighbors have, right? And, we had a nice, decent sized property. I think my mom had like a half acre or something, or 3/4 of an acre. And, decent sized property, not huge, but for Long Island, that's pretty big. And, she was paying fucking almost $10,000 a year in taxes, property taxes. Like, even when she had paid her mortgage off, right? She was still like, it was still hard for her to just pay her taxes for the year. $10,000 in taxes. I mean, that's just fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, Ems, if there's any time to sell, and that's what my neighbors are doing, which I think is a little counterproductive, because when you rent, right, you're just pissing money away. I don't know. I just would never, if you could do it, buy a house. I would always suggest to buy a house, because it's an investment. Renting to me is like stupid, to be quite honest. I mean, obviously there's cases where you have to rent. Some people can't buy houses, they don't have money for a down payment. Like, I understand that. But if you sell your house and you rent, it just doesn't make any sense, because you're just pissing money away at that point, and you're never going to get a return on your investment. I would rather take that money and invest into a nicer house, but that's the whole thing. A lot of people from here are selling their houses that are worth $500 here, going down south, buying a house that's like $200,000 or $300,000, right? But that house isn't gonna, hold the same type of value that a house here would ever. It's just never gonna do that, Yeah, the housing prices are absolutely fucking crazy right now. I want to look. Hold on. I want to see how much it says my mom's house would be worth, just for shits and giggles, on Zillow right now. Let me just look this up, because we sold it. I forget the exact amount we got, to be quite honest with you, but it was under $400,000. So let's see. Now, here's her house. Holy shit. Wow. So we sold it, just what? I sold my mom's house in 2018, I think, right? For under 400. It's now worth 500. Well, that's the estimate. 500,000, 500, almost $600,000. That's fucking crazy. Well, no, 500. Holy shit, I can't talk. $554,900. That's fucking crazy. $554,900. That is fucking insane. Just in the last couple of years. We just sold her house. It's fucking crazy. Oh, this makes me so sad looking at her house. They have the old picture of her house on Zillow. So sad. I just get so sad looking at her house. I don't even like going over there. Ooh, what kind of bird is that? Oh, is that a woodpecker? No, it's a blue jay. Fucking blue jays. Dude, let me tell you, man. I had this bird feeder up on my porch for like a good, 2 or 3 weeks now. And those motherfucking blue jays eat a lot. But who eats more than the blue jays are the little baby sparrows. Those little tiny fucking brown birds. Those motherfuckers eat nonstop. I mean, they're on this thing all day. I'm sure it's not the same 2 birds, but holy shit, do they eat a lot. You could buy an amazing house where I live for that much. I know, crazy Gemini, like, even the house that my neighbors are renting, it's like gorgeous. They're renting for now. I don't know if they're going to buy, down in Florida. The area that I went to last year, if I ever moved to Florida, that's where I would move. It's beautiful. But I don't know if I could take Florida. I don't know if I could take living in that heat year round like that. I know it gets cooler in the winter months a little bit, but like the heat in the summer, like I can't handle this shit. I hate it when it's this hot. When it gets like over like 80, I'm just like, ugh, like I hate it. I don't like it. And I hate the humidity. But the house that they're renting is like gorgeous. It's like brand new, open floor plan, all new like kitchen, everything. And it really is. It's beautiful. And trust me, I love to fucking get the fuck out of New York and have a nice big house down south. But right now, just for us, it just doesn't make sense for us to do that because my husband's job, like I could work anywhere, but for him, he's in a union, so it just wouldn't make sense for us to leave his very good paying, union job right now. My hummingbirds never came back. The ice storm killed so many birds last year. Aw. I can't do humidity because of the lakes. Florida is 100 times worse. I mean, we live on an island, so that's why I moved back to the beach in New Jersey. Dude, I mean, it's humid here in the summers. It's disgusting. Come like August, it's like, ugh. I wouldn't mind moving to the Midwest, Pugs. I don't mind the heat. I just would like a dry heat, like, like Arizona or something. But then I think of like scorpions and shit, and I'm like, hell no. Oh, hell no. I ain't living no scorpions and shit. I can't even take the bugs here. And like, we only have bugs for like 3 months and then they all disappear. But like year round bugs, fuck no. Fuck no. Like, I love sitting outside and just knowing like in April, May, that there's no bugs. There's no bugs until like right now. Now all the bugs are coming out. I fucking hate bugs, dude. I fucking hate. They are so useless. I can't wait for you guys to see my DIY. I'm almost done. And then I gotta edit the video, which is the fucking hard part. Especially because I'm like, I watch other DIY channels and they're so like professional because they have like fucking so jealous of these people. They have like huge craft rooms, or like these nice garages, like these nice, clean, empty garages. But like, that's just not reality here on Long Island. Like, in this house, I have no room to do anything. So, it's a little hard. I'm a little scattered, should I say. I do most of my shit outside because I don't have room in my house. Hey, Kimmy P. What's full force, the heat or the bugs? I know, Hummingbird. I can't wait to see them either. I can't wait. Horsefly should be zapped. Oh, those things are fucking horrible, dude. My aunt lives, one of my aunts, she lived near the water, and you would go down, in her pool, and those motherfuckers like literally attach themselves to you and they fucking sting like a bitch. And then like you try to go underwater and they'll stay like suctioned to you underwater. Those things are fucking horrible. I hate the bugs, girl. I am fucking, what I hate the most is the fucking beetles, dude. The June beetles. Those fucking things are disgusting. Fucking disgusting. One of them flew into my garage the other day and I was like having a fucking heart attack. I fucking sprayed that motherfucker with some Raid. I was like, bye, bitch. And then like even dead, I'm like, could you pick that thing up? My husband's like, it's dead, Leanna. And I'm like, I don't care. I won't even go near it. I'm like, I don't know. I'm terrified of fucking beetles, dude. Fucking terrified of them. Like, I'm terrified of a lot of bugs, even dead ones. I'm just terrified. I think my cousin traumatized me when I was little. He used to pick up those big black beetles. Ugh, fucking things are so ugly. And he used to chase us around with them. And I think that just scarred me for fucking life. And I hate bugs. Japanese beetles, they eat your whole garden. Yes, they do. Little fuckers. I missed the beach after raising kids in PA. Then they went to college or the military and I moved home. Oh my God, Catherine, I thought, because your picture was red for a second, I thought you were Smokey P. And I'm thinking, Smokey P? What? You have kids that went to college? I miss the beach after raising kids in PA. PA is beautiful though, Catherine. Like honestly, I tell my husband all the time, I'm like, I would love to move there. I think Pennsylvania really is a beautiful state. It's so nice and it's clean and it's peaceful and um it's big. It's a huge state, but I don't know. I really like think it's beautiful. Some areas, of course, aren't as nice, but like down in like I don't know. My friend lived in York, Pennsylvania. That area isn't like the nicest, but the surrounding areas, Hershey and what else is down there? Harrisburg. Harrisburg isn't the greatest, but like the city part. But I don't know. I just think it's so nice. I haven't really been. Pittsburgh's a little far out for me. It's a little too far. I stayed in this area that was just outside of Pittsburgh. It was like, I was like, dude, this is like where I never want to live. Like, it was literally country bumpkin town. I was like there was one Walmart, you know what I'm saying? And like to get to like a fucking real store, you had to drive. Like, it was one of those types of towns where there's like one gas station at Walmart, And I was like, see, I need to live. If I ever leave New York, like I need to live somewhere where it's like decently populated. I don't think I could ever live fully country where like you have to travel to get to stores and shit. Believe it or not, when we went out to Rhode Island, right? So we had to drive all the way. I'll show you guys where we were. Hold on a second. On a map, just to make it easier so you understand where we went. And let me tell you, man, this is a part. It's so crazy because, like, if you ever came home from like Manhattan and you're just like, the city's so crazy. It's like a whole different world, And you come home and you drive through Queens, Brooklyn and Queens, and then Nassau, and then you get to like Suffolk County. It's a lot quieter out here, than the rest of the, city and everything. But even further past my house where I live, which is still very heavily populated, the further out east you go, the more farmland there is. There's tons of farms and shit. And it's absolutely beautiful. So we had to drive down. I'll show you guys. Let me zoom this out a little bit. So this is where the ferry takes off from, right here. So this is when you zoom out, you'll see on Long Island. This is the very tip of the tail. Okay. They say Long Island's like a fish. So this is the head and this is the tail right here. So there's Montauk, which is beautiful too. And then there's Orient Point. So that's where we had to take the ferry to go across to right here, New London. And then we drove up to right here, actually, Warwick. That was so far, but it really wasn't that far. It was a pretty, I think an hour, not even 45-minute, 50-minute ride to get up to Warwick. But this whole ride, once you pass this town right here, Riverhead, it's beautiful. And it's crazy. The whole North Fork, it's just wineries. I've done the winery tour before. It's pretty cool. We took like a van, like a party bus out, and they basically just drive down this road right here. And there's all different wineries. As you can see, that's actually a winery right, out here, Southold, Peconic, Greenport, and it's absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's just like you feel like you're in another fucking world because Long Island's so densely populated, and it's just like, let me see if I could we see the terrain, the satellite view, right? Let's see. We'll zoom in over here. Like if you look out in the center of the island, I mean, you could really see the population and all the houses and everything out, like this isn't even the center. Look at this. Look at all the houses, okay, around here. Here's the airport. This is the town I grew up in, right here. We got our little lake, but look at how many houses there are, It's just like, and it's from top to bottom. It's from North Shore to South Shore. Look how fucking condensed this is. It's not like when I look at maps of other places, like you'll see like a group of houses and then there's just like fucking land. You know, like if you look at Pennsylvania on a map like this, you'll see like you can see little towns. You know what I'm saying? Individual towns surrounded by tons of land and forest and shit, and then like another town like miles away. This is like, could you even tell what a fucking town is here? No, because it's just so many fucking houses, right? And then you go out east and it's like you're in a different fucking world. Check this out. It's pretty cool, right? So the further out east, you see kind of right around here, it starts to get more spread out. And then let's go. That's the South Fork. So let's go. And you see this? Look at the North Shore. It's all farms. That's all farms up there. All farms. So it's pretty cool because it feels like you're in a totally different world. You know, it's like the hustle bustle of crowded ass Long Island. And then you go take this beautiful ride and it's all just farmland. And it's just so cool. Now, don't get me wrong. The farms are like nowhere as big as like the farms you'd see in like Pennsylvania or some shit. But still, it's really cool. And then once you really get out there, okay, as the land, you see just there's all really cool. So I think we were driving on 25, which is this road down here. Hold on a second. Yeah, and then we had to get on this road right here. And like you're right alongside the water. So you're kind of, it's beautiful. The water's even different out there. It's like almost clear. It's crazy. You know, this isn't really where you would want to go to the beach because the beaches are all rocky. There's all rocks. There's no, like there's sand, but it's very rocky too. So it's not really the ideal place to set up a beach blanket and lay down. But it's a beautiful ride out here. So it's really nice, you know, beaches. And there's like these cute little bed and breakfast areas, you know, hotels, like not like, you know what I'm saying? Like not like commercial hotels like Hilton and shit. There's like little bed and breakfast, like mom and pop shop kind of hotels. And they're really cute. They have like, you can rent bicycles and I don't know. It's just really nice. It's weird. But this is probably where people go to like staycation, you know, on Long Island. Because it really is beautiful. As crowded and dirty as it could be in areas, it is beautiful in certain areas too. We got some nice, you know, nice places to explore. But yeah, it was a beautiful ride for us to go all the way out there. I've never been this far on Long Island, believe it or not, living here my whole entire life. I think from Manhattan to Montauk, it's 118 miles, I want to say. So this is Montauk. And you could take this road all the way, this bottom road here, to Manhattan. It goes right up into Manhattan. I mean, it would take you forever on this road because it's like part of it's a highway with no lights. But then once you hit, I think, Nassau, there's lights and shit. So it would take you forever. I have done it before, not from Montauk. I've driven from here, around here, all the way to the city. But it's just crazy to drive all the way out to this little point. And then there's all these little islands. And that's the crazy part. People fucking live on these islands, right? Of course, millionaires. There's one island right here. So I knew nothing about these islands, right? Because who the fuck would know, right? I think it's this one, Plum Island. There's nothing on it. This is so fucking weird, right? Now you see this all on the ferry. You could see the little path that the ferry takes. There's a little lighthouse in the water right there. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful ferry ride. But right here, this is it, Plum Island. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what are these little islands? You know, like what's going on these islands? So as we're on the ferry, I'm looking it up. There's nothing on here. It's an animal disease center. So like that's it. That's the only thing that's on the island, and you have to be cleared by the government to even, because they have a ferry that actually takes you from Orient Point to this little island. It parks right next to the ferry that goes up to Connecticut. And like, what the fuck is going on over here, dude? Like the whole island, this is what's on it. This animal disease center. I don't know what the fuck they do. I guess they research like weird animal diseases, like monkeypox and shit. But it's pretty fucking crazy that they have that. like you have to, like, so if you work there, you have to take a boat to work every day. Like that's fucking crazy. It's some like government fucking, I don't know. There's some weird probably experiments going on over there. Lyme disease island. Yeah, probably. Lyme disease, I believe, was discovered in Lyme, Connecticut. And it's a big problem here, Lyme disease on Long Island. It's actually huge. I think Long Island has like the highest Lyme disease rates. But anyway, so you got that island, you got Plum Island, right? Then now think of fucking how cool this shit would be, right? You got Gardiner's Island, and this is like people actually fucking live here, but like they're mansions. They're like fucking huge mansions. This is like a state park area, but there's a house right there. And if you go on, it's crazy because hold on, I'll see if I can find it. If you go on Zillow and you look at the prices and the houses, you got to see some of these houses. They're so tiny and they're so expensive. They're like millions of dollars for like a house that's like smaller than the house that I live in. Hold on. Gardeners. But it's like their whole like little town there. They got school. Houses, let's see, for sale. And this is, I guess, where, I don't know, rich people fucking go and do their shit. Oh, it's part of the Hamptons, so that explains. Here, I'll show you guys. Hold on. It's fucking crazy. Smart one. Wait, hold on. Who worked there, Rhett's mom? Let me go back up. Remember my daughter, Teresa? Oh, she worked at the animal place on Plum Island? Get out of here. It's fucking crazy. Is that what you're saying? So check this out. I think my niece is she's a marine biologist, I believe. So she lives out east. First case started in Old Lyme, Connecticut. Yep. It's really bad here, dude. I had a tick on me. What was it? Like in April. I'm getting in the shower and I was like weeding my garden. I get in the shower and you guys know I hate bugs. That's no secret, right? But I fucking flipped the fuck out. I was like, I was like screaming because this thing was fucking attached to my arm. Oh my God, I hate them. But we have a lot of them here. So yeah, hold on. Let me show you guys these fucking houses. We do fun shit here on Makeup Mobster. All right. Check these houses out. It's pretty fucking crazy. So this is on this little island called Gardiner's Island, which is between the two forks right there of Long Island. So, and I guess it's part of the Hamptons considered. I don't know why, because it looks to me like it's a little closer to the North Shore, but the Hamptons are on the South Shore, which everybody knows the Hamptons, right? We all know that that's where all the fucking rich and famous people live. So, like, all right, this house, $3 million. This house, $1 million. Oh, that's in East Hampton. Hold on a second. I guess it's considered. Like, they don't even show you this house, but it's $3 million. Oh, wait, this is the Hamptons, though. I want to see on the island. Let's look at Shelter Island. Maybe Gardiner's Island. Okay, here. We'll look at this one. This is another little island. I mean, it's just fucking insane. Hey, that's not bad. I don't know what the house looks like, but $550. I'm sold. Let's see. Come on, Zillow, stop. I want to go on here. How come it's not showing me houses on here? That's weird. It won't show me houses over there. I saw them on the other, I don't know, it might have been a different website, not Zillow. Okay, are we just not going to work, Zillow? What are we doing? Hold on. Damn, Zillow is not working. Oh, to be rich. All right, let's see. What do we got here? It's so weird. Why isn't it clicking? 950,000. That's actually not bad for fucking 2 million. Let's see. What do you get for 2 million on Shelter Island? Oh, that's nice. Beautiful. $2 million. I wonder if you have to, like, I guess you have to have a boat, right? How the hell would you get here? $15 million. Let's see this house on this little fucking island. Look, like, does that look like it's worth $15 million? Oh, it's not even like a nice house. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I'm not into it. A lot of people are, and that's fine. But this is a very Long Island-y house, like with the, especially a house down by the water. They typically have this fucking cedar shake, and I hate it because it always looks faded. Is that the property? So this is like on this little island for 15 million fucking dollars. Ooh, the inside. Let's see the inside. That's actually pretty nice. Looks a little outdated, but oh, very outdated. Holy shit, is it outdated? See, I would take this room right here and like do all the wood over again. Because the wood's kind of in right now, but not this color. $15 million for this fucking house. Like, are you serious? The kitchen's like, eh. Kitchen's very boring. Ooh, that's cute. That's nice. You could do something really nice with this kitchen. The table's a little outdated, but like you could definitely do something cool with this kitchen right here and make it look modern but rustic. You got these outdated ass bathrooms. Oh, I wonder if all the furniture comes in. Look at the bedroom. It's so outdated. Holy shit, for $15 million. I can't. Oh my God. Look at the wallpaper. I guess, like, I don't know. I wouldn't want to touch it either. It's a historic house, probably. But, like, look at the fucking wallpaper. Could you guys even see this? I didn't even check yet. Okay. That's so fucking outdated, dude. It's so outdated. Oh my God. Look at that wallpaper, dude. Like, really? Oh, it's so ugly. Let's see what else we got here. The bathrooms, everything's so fucking outdated. I have to imagine that if you live on this island, that it's probably extremely, extremely expensive to like redo things because everything has to be taken over by boat, you know? It's fucking crazy. Why can't I get on Gardener's Island? They must have like their own real estate site because I did look at it because there's a lot of houses. Let's see, $2 million house on this private little island. That's your property. Holy shit, that's huge. I would say though, like, you probably feel pretty safe. Why? Where's the house though? Oh, it's just a lot. Oh, so this is just for land. There's not even a fucking house on this. What the fuck? That's crazy. $2 million just for the fucking land. Almost 2.5. Let's see what else they got. Let's look at this little. Okay. $1 million, dude. Really? Look at this shithole. I don't even think there's any other pictures. Nope. Oh, 2 pictures. Like, really? That much money? Because it's on this island. But it's like a shithole. I wonder how much the taxes are. Let's see if we can find that. $8,000. Actually, that's just for the fucking mortgage. My bad. Hold on. I usually have the taxes listed, but I don't see that. Oh, here we go. Price and tax history. How much are the taxes? Tax history. What? No. Oh, tax assessment. I don't know why they don't have the. Oh, that's actually not that bad. Their taxes, if that's right, $2,000. That's really not that bad. It's the mortgage that's fucking $6,000 a month for this place. Like it's a shithole. It looks like a shithole. It's probably nice inside, I'm sure, but it doesn't look that nice. Now this is another island out here. Let's see what we got here. Holy shit, $49 million. Request a tour. Imagine. I wish, like, dude, that would be like the ultimate fucking job if I could just be a YouTuber who like goes and like tours mansions out in the Hamptons. How fucking cool would that be? I actually follow a guy that does that in Hollywood. He just goes to like different mansions in Hollywood. I think I showed him you guys that channel once. Look at this place. All right, this is beautiful. What the hell is that thing though? Is that a piece of artwork? That's weird. Doesn't really fit. It doesn't really fit the aesthetic here in this house. Like that's beautiful wood. Look at the wood and the fucking tile and everything. But like, where does that piece of artwork come in? I'm confused. It's very like traditional, and then you got this like ultra modern piece of fucking artwork in the weird spot. It looks like it's covering a door almost. But you know what? When you're a millionaire, it doesn't matter. Look at those stairs. Those are beautiful. I like traditional. I like that style. I don't know if you guys can really see this that good. But what's up with this crack, bro? That would concern me a little bit. There's like a huge fucking crack in the wood right there. That's a little concerning for $50 million. Holy shit. Imagine eating dinner in there. Like just like that thing's fucking cool. What is that? I want that. Yo, is that like a Medusa? That thing's fucking awesome. You guys see that? I wish I could zoom in on it. Let me see if I can zoom in. Hold on. That thing's fucking sick. Why is it going backwards? I don't know, guys. The fuck? That's weird. It's going backwards, but check out that like artwork on the wall. It's like literally Medusa's head popping out surrounded by snakes. That's fucking so. I don't know. I have a Medusa obsession. Did I ever show you guys my Medusa costume? I did a Medusa costume one year, but that's fucking sick. The kitchen, not so much. I like the counters, but like those wood, I don't know, dude. I'm so over wood cabinets. I just am. I don't know. I would never get wood cabinets. No offense if anybody has them. Just I personally feel wood changes too much, which is why I went with white cabinets when I did my kitchen over, because I felt like white's a safe color. Like white pretty much never goes out of style. So I do wish I like the style of the door. I picked a very traditional style door for my kitchens where I feel like at the time I didn't really like this, but now I keep seeing more and more kitchens with that kind of flat style, and I like it. Ooh, that's beautiful. This room right here. I love looking at houses. I just do. It's just so interesting, like to me, to look at like what other people put in their houses when you're in this price range. Not so much in my fucking world. When me and my husband were looking for a house, I was like, dude, what are these people thinking? Even the ugly houses, though, they're still interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, what the fuck would make somebody put this shit together like this? Like, why? But I still find it interesting. That looks like the Ritz-Carlton. It does. My Medusa costume was badass. It definitely was. And it was fun to do. I wanted to like redo it, but we don't go to Halloween things. So, okay. What is this? Oh, this is a bedroom. Ooh, look at the carpet though. What's up with the dirty carpet? Amber Heard would have a fucking heart attack in this room. Look how dirty the carpet is. And I was just sitting there on the carpet, so dirty, thinking, how did I get here? My dog got stung by a bee. Yeah, this is beautiful though. I just want to know like what's going. I don't know if that's dirt or like like certain carpets when you know what I'm saying, vacuum it, like you could see like the lines. I don't know. I highly doubt these carpets are dirty. I think it's just a matter of the lines, the vacuum lines maybe, but it looks dirty. That's weird. Oh my god, look at the pool. Look at the pool. Dude. Oh my god. That's like not even a pool. That's like a fucking ocean in your backyard. Could you imagine having a pool like that? Like you could actually fucking do laps in that pool. That is insane. I wonder who lives here. They have to be like famous or like, I don't know. Whoa. Check out this wine cellar. That's fucking cool. Look at that. How much fucking wine they have. Wow, dude. That's pretty awesome. What's all these lanterns? I wonder why they have all these lanterns. Oh, dude, if I'm ever rich, you guys, the first thing I'm fucking putting in my house is one of these fucking ladders that rolls across the wall. Like, life goals. I don't know why. I just like always thought those were so fucking cool. Like I want a big room, even though I really don't read books. I just want a giant library, like with one of these rolling ladders in my house. I'll probably never fucking go on it because I'm kind of scared of ladders, but just to have it, because they're so fucking cool. They're so cool. Let's see it. Whoa, what is this? Oh, is this like a little movie theater? Look, you could like do puppet shows and shit with your kids. Like, this is so weird. This is like when you're so fucking rich that like you just like don't know what to do with rooms. You know what I'm saying? Like your house is so big and you have so many rooms. You're like, fuck it, just make a fucking puppet theater. All right. Like this is a legit theater. They got curtains. I can't even imagine how much money it costs to furnish this fucking room. Like I just can't. Like look at all the woodwork and the detail. I mean, anybody who's ever done any type of trim, like crown molding is fucking so expensive. So expensive. And the more ornate it is, the more expensive it is. This shit has like hand carved. I don't know. I mean, it's ugly, but it's fucking cool at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Look at the pool. What? Do you guys see that? Look at this shit. The pool fucking goes into like a waterfall. Oh my god, why is this fucking thing backwards? I don't know if you guys, dude, my computer's bugging out. Oh, I can't get it to zoom in for some reason. All right, well, right here, there's like a legit, like the pool. It's like one of those infinity edge, I think that's what they call them, pools. And it literally dumps into a waterfall right here that looks to go somewhere. And then like a pond, like this is probably a hot tub if I had to guess. It's like a little grotto. It's like the fucking Playboy Mansion on this little island. That's sick. Oh my god, that house is sick. That looks like somewhere where like the Kardashians would live. I bet you they own it. No, I'm just kidding. And it looks like they have grapevines growing up the house. This is like, yeah, this is beautiful. That's like something, that's like if I was rich, this would be like my shit right here. That's beautiful. The pool is like, oh, a tennis court. Lovely. Ooh, look at that big pond. Are those all fucking elephant ears coming out of there? It looks like elephant ears. That's weird. I don't know how those would grow in there because elephant ears do not, they're not hardy in our planting zone. So I'm surprised that they thrive in there. Unless they just like every year order millions of elephant ear bulbs and throw them in there. I don't know. That's pretty fucking cool. And they got a dock. They got their own dock and little chairs for their friends and a beach. And a fucking beach. Dude, that's sick. That is sick. Could you imagine just being that rich? I can't even imagine what that's like. I just can't. All right, let's see what else we got here. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to find anything that even compares to that house. Like, that was pretty fucking nice. I would love an infinity pool. Jeffree Star, yeah. Somebody like that would live there, right? Doesn't he have like a yak ranch? A yak ranch. Oh shit, they like really did this one up and made it look like it's on like a tropical island or something. Where's the little arrow on this side? I can't see it. Yeah, I'm interested in touring it. That doesn't mean I can fucking afford it. All right, let's see what do we got here for 18 million. So you got this little slice of heaven in between this thing and this thing and this thing. It's fucking sick. On this little island. That's your view. Pretty nice. That's your whatever. Where's the house? We want to see the house. I hate when they do this. Look at all the boats. All your rich friends. I guess that's one of these is a house. They don't even. Which one's a house? Oh, this. Ugh. 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 This is just very. It's. I shouldn't say, but it is very common. You know, it's not me. I don't like it. Like, I would never have a wood house near the ocean because this is what it ends up looking like. And no matter how rich you are, it just looks like shit. Like, that just looks like shit. The wood gets like shitty. The salt water and the wood really don't mix. Okay. Okay. This is nice. I mean, I wouldn't fucking say no to it if somebody gave it to me. This is the bedroom. Very white. What the hell is that? What is this thing? Like a little guest house? Oh, cute. It's ugly on the outside, but it's cute. Cute. I think I'd rather live in the guest house. Wow. I just wish I was this rich. What the fuck is this thing now? I'm so confused. Are you guys confused? Because I'm confused. What is this? Is this like a potential house? Why are we looking at cartoons now? I'm so confused. I guess they're building this on this property. I don't know. This was confusing. I don't know. Sorry. They're like, poor people don't need to understand. All right. That was a confusing one. Let's see what else we got here. 6.6. That's probably not even a fucking house. Are these recent sales or for sales? I'm confused. All right, I want to see if we could get on this Gardener's Island here because this is really where I wanted to show you guys the houses. Southold, East Hampton. All right. Could you imagine? I can't even imagine. I just can't. Too much Windex needed for that one. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this Gardener's Island houses. Houses. Oh, wait. I don't want to use Bing. I gave up. There's like a virus in my Chrome and I just gave up on it. I'm like, here you go. Just take over my life. Gardener's Island homes for sale. I know I found a website. Is it this? Hold on. Let me see. Oh, look at that. Maybe there's no houses for sale at this current time. That's really fucking weird. Maybe the houses I was looking at then weren't on Gardener's Island because I can't seem to find them. Maybe I thought they were, but they really weren't. Because like all of a sudden, I can't find a house for sale. It's weird. So weird. Ooh. These are nice. Wherever the fuck this is. Oh, to be rich. See, but like if I was this rich, I would definitely rather live in a house like this in somewhere nice, like California. Like I wouldn't want to have this big, beautiful house. Although maybe I would. I don't know. On Long Island. Why do rich people like ugly things? Girl, I don't know. I seriously, when I go to like Saks or Fifth or something, and I know that's like the, you know, probably not the shit that the rich people actually buy, you know, but when you go in like the designer shoe section where they do have like the Gucci and shit and like the bags, I'm like, what the fuck? Like some of it is just ugly. I'm just like, I don't like that. I don't know. I don't know why I just don't know. If I was rich, I would like pretty things. It's nothing like falling asleep. I know it is nice to fall asleep on the ocean. I used to camp on the ocean on the beach. And it was just, we used to set up a little tent and just like, it was so peaceful to wake up to like the ocean. It's a little scary at night, but it's cool, it's fun. All right, let's see these. Look at this house. This is beautiful. Let's see if we get any. Ugh, I hate these fucking ads, dude. Get off my screen, you little shit. What the fuck? I don't want this. All right. Crockett Doodles puppies? What the fuck is that? What's a Crockett Doodle? Oh my god, these are so small you can't even see them though. Oh, that's so pretty. They got like, oh, this must be somebody Italian. They got a bocce ball court. I don't know if this is on the island though. Holy shit, is it Italian? This is Gordy-ass Italian. Would John Gotti live here? Oh my god. Ew. I don't know if I like that. That's cool. Little library room. I don't like the cabinets. It's probably their second kitchen. Imagine having two kitchens. God, I can't even keep up after my one kitchen. Whoa, that's fucking Gordy. Yeah, this is fucking Gordy-ass house. The bathroom is cool. What's this? Another bathroom? Another bathroom? They got like 10 bathrooms. How many bathrooms? 9 bathrooms. 9 bathrooms. Ah. Ew, this is weird. I don't like this website. It's too small. All right, never mind. You guys get the point. You get the point. The sound of the waves is so calming. It is calming. What time is it? Oh my god, it's almost 2 o'clock. I gotta get moving over here. Fergs, what would be fun? A girls' trip. To where? To the Hamptons? No, I'm just kidding. The Hamptons sucks. I don't know. It's so overrated. Although, like, if you're rich, I'm sure it's great. But I don't know. For us poor folk who visit, it's not that great. It's just all houses. There's really nothing there to do. Yeah, imagine. Yeah, but Hummingbird, when you're that rich, you don't have to clean the toilets. That's when you hire somebody to clean the toilets for you. I just couldn't imagine being that rich. I just couldn't. I look at even like some of these YouTubers, right? Like Manny MUA, like they got money, these people. And Laura Lee, I love her house. Her house is beautiful. And like, it's just crazy. They could go out and spend $500 on makeup. It's just fucking insane. Like, I could just never imagine having that amount of money to just pretty much buy whatever the fuck I want. Dominican. Oh, the Dominican? I would love to go there. Punta Cana. I want to go. My like dream vacation is Turks and Caicos. It is so fucking expensive to go there. So expensive. I looked it up. I was pricing when I bought my Mexico vacation that I never got to go on, thanks COVID. It was fucking cheaper to go to Mexico, right? Which is further away than it was to go to Turks and Caicos. Was $8,000 for the same, like whatever I priced it out, 7 days or 10 days or something like that. It was like almost $9,000 to go to Turks and Caicos with the hotel and everything. So Mexico was it. Even like Jamaica was expensive. I looked up a couple of different islands because I really didn't care. I just wanted to go somewhere tropical. I didn't care where it was, but Cancun ended up being the cheapest, but it was, it never happened. Bora Bora. Oh my God, crazy Gemini. That's like my dream, is to like go in those little huts that are on the water like that. Like, how fucking cool is that? My cousin just went to, where did he go? It looked like he stayed. I swear to God, my cousin, he's like the coolest fucking kid ever. He is just so cool. He's a tattoo artist, okay? And he has he's an amazing tattoo artist. Like his shit is fucking unbelievable. And I'm not like you guys know I'm not like big into tattoos, but I don't personally have any. But like if I ever did, he would be my go-to because he just does his tattoos, his artwork is just so fucking realistic looking, dude. It's crazy. He does like that, that's his style. Black and white, just like really super, super realistic looking. And it's fucking amazing what he does. But anyway, he makes really good money. He's in a tattoo in the city, so he makes good money. And he's booked for like year, like out. That's how good he is. So he just went on a trip with his friends for his birthday, I guess. Did he turn 30 this year? I think he might have. And he went to Korea, I believe. Was it Korea? I don't know. Wherever the fuck he was, it was gorgeous. And he was in like this, it looked like a place like the fucking Kardashians would stay in. I was like, damn, you're living the life, traveling. He went to Japan. He like travels all over. Yeah, my cousin's really good. But holy shit. I mean, he's living the life. I'm like, you're so lucky. So one thing I didn't do, well, because I didn't have the money, but I wish like when I was younger, like college age in my 20s, I wish I traveled more. So one thing that I didn't do that I wish I did was travel. Just like a little more. Naked HD Fun, best adult dating site. Really, dude? Thanks. Mom and dad love Cancun. They went a few times. Beautiful. A friend of mine is a blogger and is in a mommy blogger group thing, and her lucky ass was sent to Turks and Caicos, all expenses paid. Oh my God, that's so awesome. That is so awesome. Yeah, my brother-in-law is actually the one who like gave me the website and everything. He booked through there several times and went to Cancun and said it was like the best vacation they ever had. So that's why we were going there. And it's not his fault, obviously, that what happened. But that's why we were gonna go there. I was like, listen, I just want to go somewhere where the water's fucking blue and it has a beach. After all the shit I went through, it was like I needed a vacation. I just needed a getaway. And it was like, ugh, fucking COVID. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Because really, I needed it at that point in time. Like, it would have been so nice. But we've gotten to travel, I mean, not anywhere nice like that. But one day, Jesse's hockey will bring us to nicer places, hopefully. I mean, if there's like tournaments in California that we'll probably go to when he gets a little older. So we'll get to go to like, nicer places. But it is nice that we get to get away and kind of travel a little bit with that. Cousin works for Cisco. He used to go to Japan too. Came back sick a few times. My brother-in-law works for a big company and he's got a very high position and he's like constantly traveling back and forth to Japan, China. I mean, like all the time. Did you guys hear about those hot TikTok moms who turns out are swingers? No, but it doesn't surprise me. I remember when Kim Kardashian went to Bora Bora, she lost her. Oh my God, yes. She was crying. She was like, I still can't believe that she's still with that guy, Pete Davis. Like, I'm fucking shocked. I'm shocked. I'm shooketh. I didn't hear about that. I don't keep up much on TikTok. I don't go on there. I do see some of the shit because I do watch the shorts on here on YouTube, but like, I don't know. I'm more like, I like to have something. TikTok, like, I feel like you have to like stay engaged to your phone when you're on TikTok because the videos are so fucking short. So like I can't like just sit there staring at my phone. That's why I like YouTube because like I could listen to something, put my phone down and do other things while I'm still listening to something. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have to sit there constantly like flipping through something. Like that's why I feel like TikTok's just not for me because it would keep me too engaged on my phone constantly flipping through things. I wouldn't get anything done. Which, don't get me wrong, I do get stuck like that, but sometimes even on here, I'll just flip through the shorts for like an hour just watching all these stupid little fucking short videos. I'm over them, what they do for fame. Yeah. I tried watching the new Kardashians and I couldn't even get through like the second episode. It was so boring. I don't know. I'm just like, no, thank you. I block hookers and trolls. Wow, for $7. So I ordered this like sparkly tape for this project that I'm working on. And I cannot believe how fucking cheesy this roll is. Wow, I'm a little disappointed. Duct tape. Crafting tape. It's not duct tape, it's crafting tape. I was raised Mormon when little. Oh, get out of here, Nana. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. There's nothing wrong with being Mormon. She said he has he has big dick energy. At least she's honest about what she likes. All right. You go, girl. I hope I could get super chats and donations. Girl, I haven't gotten super chat. Well, I have gotten super chats, but I don't even think I got paid last month. I'm not on here enough to get paid. I really am not. And I don't care anyway. It doesn't matter. I appreciate all the super chats that I do get, but it's right now, like, I don't even expect people to super chat at all because it is tight. I mean, with the prices of everything going up, it's like, I would be a wreck if I was like somebody like Laura who like fucking fully depends on this shit for money. I don't know. She must have somebody helping her out because I just can't believe that she lives off of YouTube. Like, I just don't think she makes that much money to like support a household. And I don't know. I can't see her making any more than like $20,000 a year, which is like bullshit money. That's like a part-time job. Like, I don't know how the fuck you survive off of that. Making my first trip to Cali this fall right now and spending time through the East Coast, but we're dipping down that way soon. Oh my God, you were baptized, Nana? So you did like that whole where they like dunk you in the water thing? That's cool. Just tried messaging you back, but my send button is gone. What the hell? That photo is stunning. Are you on Discord? Because Discord's like wonky sometimes. I always have so much problems when I'm trying to like upload a picture on Discord to anybody. Anyway, all right, guys, I'm gonna get moving here because I want to finish this video for you guys. Ooh, and I got like a good hour before my son gets home and starts driving me nuts and asking me if he could help and driving me crazy. So I'm gonna end this. But it was, as usual, lovely talking to you guys and hanging out. And thanks for hanging with me. And I'm sure I'll be back at some point in time. But I'll hopefully try to be posting this video sometime, before the week's up. So what is it, Tuesday? I'll hopefully get it done. But it's nothing super exciting, but some people might enjoy it. I don't know. But I will be back. Have a good day, everybody.